Greeting you all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers for panel discussion 6, excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We kindly invite you to take your seat as we will begin the second Indonesia Africa Forum 2024 shortly, and we would like to remind you to switch all your mobile phones to silent mode for the comfort of all delegates. The working language is English. Those who require interpretation services, the interpretation devices are available at the left and right side of the ballroom. Once again, the working language is English. Those who require interpretation devices, they are available at the left and right side of the ballroom. Thank you once again. Please, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the second Indonesia Africa Forum 2024. We will proceed the second day of the second Indonesia Africa Forum 2024 with panel discussion 5, Investing in Research and Innovation for Health, Africa and Indonesia's Priority. And to moderate this session, we will invite onto center stage a very respected news anchor and journalist. Please give a round of applause welcoming Puri Anindita. Joining the moderator, we would like to invite our speakers to the stage. The Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Budi Gunadi Sadikin, Minister of Health of Sudan, His Excellency Dr. Haitham Mohamad Ibrahim, Secretary of State for Ministry of Health of Angola, His Excellency Leonardo Europeo Inocencio, Director General of Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, His Excellency Dr. Jean Kaseya, President Director of Biopharma Indonesia, Mr. Shadik Akasha, CEO of Atlantic Life Science, Pharma Nova Group Ghana, Mr. Dhananjay Tripathi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to speakers and moderator for panel discussion 5. Madam Moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gilda. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed guests. I've been told that soon Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini and also President of Zanzibar will be joining us soon. And yes, welcome to day 2 of Indonesia Africa Forum 2024. Can we have a big round of applause for all of us here today? Thank you so much. My name is Puri Anindita. I'm so honored and thrilled to be part of this important forum, this discussion. But before we begin, I want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting this important forum. And I understand this is a celebration of Indonesia and African countries' relationships, our friendship. But this is also our primary platform to address progressively complex challenges, including global health issues. In 2020, COVID-19 has turned our world upside down. And just about 2 weeks ago, the World Health Organization has declared the Mpox outbreak as a public health emergency of international concern. But I am confident Indonesia and Africa can benefit from collaboration in pandemic preparedness, shared expertise, resources, and best practices in surveillance, testing, and vaccine distribution. Now, we have stellar panelists in our session today. On my left, we can't wait to hear the perspective from Ghana's pharmaceutical manufacturing company, Mr. Dhananjay Tripathi, CEO of Atlantic Life Science Ghana. Welcome to the panel, sir. And next, we have His Excellency Leonardo Europeo Inocencio, Secretary of State for the Ministry of Health, Angola. Bem-vindo. I apologize, as that is the only word in Portuguese I know. I will trust our translator to keep up with our discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, feel free to use our interpreting device. Our team will be more than happy to help you. And the person I owe my life to, the person and the ministry that have done a stand-up job navigating Indonesia through the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia's Health Minister, His Excellency Bapak Budi Gunadi Sadikin. Pak Budi. Good morning, Pak. Can't wait to hear your perspective on today's discussion. And also joining us today, Dr. Jean Casea. He is the Director General of Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, or Africa CDC. Whilst he's from Congo, Africa CDC is headquartered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. 25 years of public health experience, including working with organizations such as UNICEF and WHO. Welcome to the panel, Dr. Casea. Hello. Yes, keep the energy up. And we're also happy to have Mr. Shadik Akasha, President Director of Biopharma, Indonesia's SOE pharmaceutical holding company that produce vaccine and anti-sera. Pak Shadik, thank you so much for coming. And His Excellency Dr. Haitham Muhammad Ibrahim, Minister of Health, Sudan. Good morning, Minister. Yes, we're ready. We are going to be mindful with our time, gentlemen, excellencies. We only have 50 minutes. Let's maximize our discussion. I'm going to start with Pak Budi, our minister. So I would like to highlight the prominent challenges in healthcare and the government priorities. So how is the ministry addressing the challenges of ensuring equitable access to high-quality healthcare between regions in Indonesia? The floor is yours, sir.
Yes, thank you, and all of my guests, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, welcome to Bali, Indonesia. If you come to Indonesia during COVID, Bali is extremely quiet, and Balinese people that live from tourism is extremely, very, very poor. So that is the reason I strongly believe that we have to build a capacity to address this potential war with pathogen. Many people believe that the biggest war, the ugliest war, is war with human being. But history told us the biggest war with human being, World War II, kills 50 million people. But war with pathogen, tuberculosis, kills 1 billion people in the last 100 years. You know, Black Death in a pandemic kills 200 million people. So you have to understand that this pathogen, they don't recognize any countries. They don't recognize borders, cities. They just kill us, humanity. So that's why we need to be prepared. So from Indonesia perspective, preparing our surveillance will become a key actions. And that is the reason, but we are very lucky that during COVID, we built 1,000 PCR labs across the country, you know, more than 35 genome sequencing capability with the help of my colleague Peter Bochner from GISAID. We also built capability to produce reagent detections capability and also vaccine. Before we only have one vaccine company, Biopharma, now we have two. We can only do virus-based or unit protein-based. Now we have factor-based vaccine, also mRNA-based vaccine. And I just met my colleague from African CDC, and Indonesia this morning has agreed to work together with African CDC to provide them with 20 rapid PCR machines, 12,000 reagent, and if that is additional requirement for reagent for any African country that have PCR machines, we will also send the reagent. On the vaccine side, we don't have the capability to build an Mpox vaccine, but we are dealing with the Japanese to buy 10,000. Very difficult to get the vaccine. I just learned from him. It's also very difficult because we are a developing country. The queue is very, very at the back. But we have promised to African CDC, our colleague, that if we get those 10,000 vaccines, we will split into two. 5,000 we will send to our brothers in Africa, and half of it we will keep it for Indonesian people.
Yes.
So again, to put a close, prevention. As a Ministry of Health, your job is to keep your people healthy, not only to cure sick people. Your title is not Ministry of Sickness. Your title is Ministry of Health. So keeping your people healthy, you need to focus on promotive and preventive. And preventive means you need to have a very good screening, you have to very good surveillance to prevent your people to become sick. And that is cheaper and better quality of life. I will talk about what we have done later on, but it is very important, the key message, keep your people healthy. Don't let them sick. And then hopefully our people can live to the average life 72, and if they have to die, then the day after today, they just die without any sickness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Budi. And also, we would like to say welcome to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Excellency Russell Mimiso Dlamini. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to turn the spotlight now to Angola, to Mr. Inocencio, His Excellency Inocencio. What lessons have been learned from the recent pandemic responses in your country, and how are these lessons shaping the future preparedness strategies? Ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to use your headset or interpreting device. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the welcoming remarks. Welcome to all panelists and also delegates attending this session. Our country, Angola, is facing enormous challenges during COVID-19. And as other African countries, it's a huge continent with a large population, and we also have the capacity. We have the capacity to adapt with challenges and to organize ourselves in the domestic level. We have a strong leadership by our President Jomano by establishing a multi-sectoral cooperation to combat COVID-19. It is a key point. to coordinate all relevant activities. In this commission, they have the authority and specific task to coordinate multi-stakeholder actors. This is a unique, which is the National Commission on Health, cross-sectoral at the provincial and regency level, down to the grassroots level of the society. So we could gather communication, effective communication and surveillance. We could also increase the response action at the human resources level, and we could improve the health of our community. I would also like to emphasize that we have prepared preventive action where we have very rapid response through diagnosis, quarantine, as well as isolation to control the border. We also did CPR tests, and we increased the laboratory capacity in which Angola can improve their response capacity. That allows us that in 6 months, we did not have confirmed cases. So we were successful in responding to the crisis. We have carried more than 5,000 bed and ventilator and reagent test in some laboratories, mask, as well as several other health machines. We have done also campaign and work to raise awareness. We have also increased more than 42% of human resources and health to prepare the pandemic in our country. So we continue this response as we believe that major challenges and lesson learned that we have dealt with. The most challenge was to provide vaccine. That's why we are here now. Our president, Mr. Zhao, is planning to collaborate with the CDC Africa, and we will also have cooperation with Indonesia to improve our local medicine, as well as our other challenges and other relevant implementation in our country, and also cross-sectoral cooperation, which is very important as part of this administration. The ability to surveillance is also important, laboratory surveillance, as well as quick reporting in which we could conduct surveillance in accordance with the national protocol. And it is also important to continue training for human resources. And we would also like to emphasize effective communication between the community at the local level so that we can have appropriate response. What's also important is production of medicine from the pharmacy company, and to emphasize the importance of human resources.
His Excellency, to follow up on your statement, I'm sure crisis response time is key, but what are the barriers to equitable vaccine distribution in your country, and how can international collaboration mitigate the challenges?
Dizer que, de novo, para porem os microfones.
What's also very important is to address challenges to vaccine, access to vaccine. This applies to all of our neighboring countries in Africa because they are dealing with the same challenges. we need to sit together to discuss this matter. And our country has more than 19 million of vaccine. It's around 85%. It covers 85% of our people. That could increase our immunity. And also, there were 19,000 deaths in Angola. This access to vaccine and also medicine has brought us on the need to improve international cooperation. So we will coordinate better with WHO and also regular authority in Africa and our country under the leadership of Mr. President. In the next time, he will have a visit to Indonesia, and he cannot wait to come to Indonesia so that we can have better collaboration with CDC Africa, because our country must prepare for our local production, like I mentioned previously, to establish an agency to produce local vaccine. And we need to also prepare our regulation at the domestic market, and we want to improve national production. We also emphasize knowledge transfer and also training of human resources so that all African countries and Indonesia, we can transfer of knowledge and also improve local production and medicine.
That local people are contributing to the effort. Yeah, thank you so much. Quickly to Pak Budi, if that's okay, Minister Budi, would you like to respond to what Angola has done so far and what potential collaboration that we can do between Indonesia and Angola?
I think it's, we have to understand that this pathogen, when we have infectious disease, it will travel all over the world. And regardless which country you are, what races you are, it doesn't really matter. So collaboration is a key. It is scientifically wrong if you believe that your country can be protected if you only vaccinate or protect your country alone. And it is also ethically very, very wrong if you prioritize your country compared with other countries. Yeah. So it's scientifically is wrong and ethically is wrong. When the pandemic happened, it will hit all people globally equally, whatever races you are, whatever country you are, whether developing country or developed country. So we have to build as a single world and single humanity to fight them all. And it is very critical that all countries have the same level of protections. It is scientifically wrong if you want to protect your country alone, but the other country is not protected. Because, the pathogen will come into the weak country and then it will affect you also. So that's why it's very important for us to understand that to go together and similar strength is very, very important. And this is need a very strong healthcare system. That's why in Indonesia, we have to do by ourselves first. We strengthen 10,000 puskesmas that we have, primary healthcare clinics, with all the surveillance tools and the detection capability, the PCR machines. And then we develop 514 public health laboratory that can do genome sequencing capabilities and PCR testing capabilities. So we have a good surveillance system. But on top of that, we need also to develop the vaccine research and development capability. I managed to put one of our Director General at the board of CEPI, so we have access to development capacity, research and manufacturing for mRNA technology. And I believe Africa should have the same thing too. I strongly support my friend from African CDC that Africa need to have a very strong research and manufacturing for vaccine. Pasteur Institute 100 years ago came to Indonesia and built biopharma, but I heard also Pasteur Institute also came to Senegal, right, to develop their capacity. We just need to upgrade the research and development and manufacturing capacity. So every southern country in Africa, southern country in Asia, southern country in America, they should have a very strong research and manufacturing capacity for vaccine. So that is the very strong reason that we need to work together. And I will summarize again. This war with pathogen, it is scientifically wrong if your approach is only protecting your country. And it also ethically wrong if you only protect your people as other people is not worth it. Thank you.
Can't agree more. Yes, I can see the majority of our audience are nodding. And yes, we also have Africa CDC and 2 pharmaceutical company. We'll turn the spotlight later on to you, gentlemen. But this one goes to Minister Ibrahim from Sudan. What are Sudan's key health priorities and needs that could be addressed through further cooperation with Indonesia? The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And first, let me to thank Indonesian government and the Minister of Health for having this very big, important events bridging the gaps between African countries and Indonesia, looking ahead for the vision of Indonesia and the agenda of Africa 2063. You know that despite the situation in my country, the war now is more than 1 year. And this, from the beginning, reflects the situation of health in the country. And despite that, I made the decision to come to attend this meeting. Despite that, people behind me are waiting for health services, for humanitarian responses. But I made my decision to come to attend this meeting. And this, first, because of the importance of this meeting, bringing together all African leaders, Indonesian leaders, all those who are making decisions in prosperity of lives for the 2 nations and for the health of the people. For that reason, I made my decision to come and attend and to share our views, our situation with our colleagues here in Africa and in Indonesia. Second, also, to raise the voice of my people in such events, to be the voice of more than 48 million people, children, mothers, waiting for me, behind me. For that reason, I came here and to share the priorities of my country. You know that under such circumstances like Sudan and other countries in conflict or in disaster, the top urgent health responses will be those essential to save lives of the people. For that reason, from the beginning of the war, we have stated a response plan composed of 5 top priorities to save the lives of the people. First is to ensure that the life-saving medicines and supplies in the country are available for the people. And this is very challenging because we lost almost all the in-country manufacturing companies, more than 26 pharmaceutical companies in the country now were lost due to that war. For that reason, we start heading outside the country and make collaborations and discussions through UN agencies, through other countries to support Sudan during this. The second top priority is ensuring continuity of health facility working, providing essential care services, providing emergency care. And you know that many of the people are in need for emergency response. And in Sudan, we have like more than 6,000 healthcare facilities. Now, almost 25 or 30% of these healthcare facilities are hours of service. And we are trying our best to make the rest providing the services, ensuring critical care for the patients, ensuring saving of the lives, despite the continuity of it. The third and important one is to ensure that the ability of the country to reduce the burden of the outbreaks, epidemics, and diseases. And you know that in such crises now, the world are facing with many diseases of a pandemic phenomena, as you have mentioned, like mpox, for example, or poliomyelitis. For that reason, I call for what just Budi has said, the minister. When pandemic come, all people are equal. Disease has no border. For that reason, access to immunization, access to vaccination, access to this protecting one country is protecting the whole world. For that reason, access to immunization or access to essential medicine to protect epidemic and outbreaks, it is a human right. We all call for that, regardless the capacity of the country, economic capacity to buy the vaccine or not to buy the vaccine. It is the responsibility of the whole world to ensure that all the population in the globe are protected against epidemics and outbreaks. The fourth one is to ensure continuity of the health services for the mothers and children. Those are marginal groups, are the under 5 mortality in my country, the maternal mortality are high. For that reason, we are focusing on this group to provide essential services for them. The fifth one, which is the important one, and the last one, is to make that response under collaboration and coordination with the UN agencies, international organizations, and all partners. And we set up a platform with all organizations and UN agencies to work together to, one in a solidarity manner, to cater and reduce the effect of war on Sudanese population. Unfortunately, till now, despite the protracted war, now 1.5 years or more, despite that, till now, the health system is resilient. The health system is doing its job. The health system is trying the best to save the lives of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. So my heart goes out to your country due to conflicts. Obviously, life-saving meds is important. Healthcare facilities is important. Outbreaks and pandemic preparedness, access to vaccine and collaboration with all parties, those are all important. So we are, on behalf of the citizen of Indonesia, and also I'm sure Pak Budi will be more than happy to help you. Let's collaborate. Yeah? Okay, so let's turn the spotlight now to DG, Africa CDC, Dr. Kaseya. Thank you so much for waiting. Could you share some of the current research initiative spearheaded by Africa CDC that are making a significant impact on public health? Would you like to share with us?
Thank you. Please let me first thank Indonesia and my brother, Minister Budi, for inviting me here. And let me recognize the Prime Minister of Eswatini. It's good to have our Prime Ministers attending this kind of meetings. Next time, please invite most of your peers, because they will continue to support our agenda at the country level. I have my brothers from Angola and Sudan who share the experience at country level. But let me tell you, Africa CDC, we are leading the agenda for 1.4 billion people in Africa. And it means when we talk about research, we talk about something that will help us to stop with all outbreaks that we have, that will help us to save the life of people. I will take just 3 examples. Let us talk about malaria. Malaria is the killer of our children in Africa. What kind of research we conducted before that? Not too much, because I have to say every day, if malaria was in Europe or in the US, all solutions will be found very long time ago. But because it's in Africa, now we are taking it seriously. And we just introduced a new vaccine, but this vaccine is not at the level of efficacy that we are expecting. This is why we need to combine with other tools. Another tool that we are talking about, and this is the ongoing research we are doing, is the therapeutics. We are talking about artemisinin. Artemisinin is this medicine that is helping us to cure malaria. But we saw there is resistance, and we are working to fight this, to conduct some research against this resistance. I will quickly talk about 2 other diseases, and the first one is what accelerated even the creation of Africa CDC. It's the Ebola outbreak. that we had in 2014-15 in West Africa. And after that, Africa CDC was created in 2017. But, you know, Ebola and the Marburg are part of what we call filovirus family. And now we are conducting research on post-exposure prophylaxis. It means a drug that you can have if you are exposed to Marburg and Ebola to prevent to become sick. I think this is a major outbreak because we still have Ebola outbreaks in a number of countries in Africa. The last one is the research that we are doing on the Mpox vaccine. As you know, 80% of my time today is Mpox, fighting this Mpox outbreak. And it's good to remind that Africa CDC declared the public health emergency of continental security before WHO. We are followed by WHO. It means we take seriously what's happening in our continent. This is I wanted to take these 3 examples of the main killer of an outbreak that created Africa CDC and the ongoing huge outbreak.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. This is a perfect segue to Pak Shadik Akasha from Bio Farma. In what ways do you collaborate with government agencies and international organizations to ensure sustainable and affordable healthcare solution in the region? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bio Farma is general utilization in pentahelix model to ensure sustainability innovation and also for the affordable health solution. I think this is approach have been during from the pandemic situation on 2020 and vaccine Innovac through the first is collaboration with academia. This is namely Baylor College Medicine, US, from receiving master seat in Indonesian University, and also from University of Andalas, and from clinical trial protocol. And on the other hand, we have to collaborate with business partners like Dynavac Technology to provide essential adjuvant and for the production. And the other is how to collaborate with WHO and Indonesia FDA to fulfill guideline and marketing authorization. And the important thing is how to collaboration with Ministry of Health, especially from Pak Budi. Pak Budi have some direction to our company, and also from COVAX, UNICEF, immunization policy, market supply and demand, and collaboration with professional association. Some of the Indonesian association like IDAI and PAPNI, and the important thing also from the media channel who can promote vaccination, awareness and market access. And for the comprehensive approach enabled by Pharma is already have successfully distributed over 120 million doses of vaccine COVID-19 across 38 provinces, strengthen Indonesian healthcare infrastructure, and provide model future international collaboration. Thank you.
To follow up on that, before I turn the spotlight to Mr. Tripati, building on the success of Biopharma's expansion of vaccines to Africa, what strategic approaches can Biopharma employ to expand its presence in Africa and foster collaborative partnership to achieve greater impacts in the region, both in Indonesia and Africa? Go ahead, sir, before I turn the spotlight to Tripati. Go ahead.
Now, Biopharma has significantly expanded its vaccine supply to African. This is more than 5 countries through UNICEF and various bilateral models. This is effort including distribution like EPI vaccine, such as measles, polio, bacterial and combination vaccine as well, and like NOPV and OPV too. To achieve more substantial impact, Africa, Biopharma has strategically aligned itself to the goals of African Union that is producing more than 60% and vaccine locally by 2014, and we will support it. And we can accomplish by offering targeted capacity building, initiative, assistant fundamental, facility manufacturing, and gradually for the deepened biopharma partnership contribute to continent self-reliance and vaccine production.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, on to Mr. Chipati. Thank you so much for waiting. Given the recent MOU signing with Biopharma for the transfer of ready-to-fill technology for the TD vaccine, how do you envision this collaboration impacting the vaccine production and distribution in Ghana and the broader West African region?
Thank you for the question, Madam. The Honorable Health Minister, the DG Africa CDC, and other colleague panelists. We started this collaboration with the Indonesian vaccine company, PT Biopharm, last year in December, when the Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs visited Ghana, and we signed the Memorandum of Understanding. And in the last about 8 months' time, we have done a lot of due diligence with the two of the companies, and we are in the process of signing the agreement, proper agreement between the two companies. Atlantic Life Sciences is a Ghanaian vaccine company, and we are in the process of establishing a plant for the tech transfer, very sophisticated one. And this can be very helpful for the continent. It can be very helpful for the West Africa to produce TD vaccine. And our limit is not only Ghana, because the population of Ghana is about 32 million. And vaccine production cannot be limited to only to a smaller scale. So we are looking for that, how best we can expand it in our operation to the West African countries by collaborating with the PT Biopharm. I will take this opportunity to thank management of the PT Biopharm, the president of the PT Biopharm and their management team for collaborating with Atlantic Life Sciences Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To follow up on that, could you elaborate on Atlantic Life Sciences' involvement? I heard there's a one district, one factory initiative. So what success or lesson learned can you share from that initiative?
The 1D1F is an example of collaboration with the government. 1D1F is an initiative by the government of Ghana to support the industries. We got about $10 million at a very initial stage at the subsidized loan under the 1D1F. And we started the producing various sterile products like infusions, injections, eye drop, anesthesia medicine. And we can say that that support by the government has been very useful. We can say that not only Ghana, in the West Africa countries, we have become self-reliant for many of the such products which have been largely imported from out of the West Africa market. So by 1D1F, the support from the government is created a lot of employment. We have brought a lot of technology transfer for the other products. Very initiative one is anesthesia medicine, product like sevoflurane, isoflurane, which we are creating. And also we have brought a lot of expertise and creating training to our staff. And by this way, we can say that 1D1F has been a very good initiative for our project to create employment and also for the health security for the sub-region.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also in Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a Satu Sehat app. Now this question goes to Minister Budi. Pak Budi, how does the minister plan to leverage the Satu Sehat app to adapt to future healthcare challenges and ensure the resilience of Indonesia's healthcare system?
One of our key initiatives during COVID is to develop these apps to identify whether you have been screened. So it is used to enter any public facilities, including travel, using public transportations. But after COVID, this application, because it has already downloaded more than 120 million people, is being used for our citizen health apps. So now all screening data of our people, whether it's blood tension, blood sugar level, also cholesterol level, and more advanced screening at the hospital like the ultrasound data, the CT scan data is being uploaded into these systems because we already have this platform for more than 120 million people. And now, because we strongly believe that prevention is very, very important, we embark a very aggressive campaign through 300,000 posyandos, we call it mobile community workers, at 10,000 puskesmas to screen this critical risk factor. And half a year, we have screened 60 million people, the blood sugar, blood tension, and also cholesterol level. And we also screen around 10 million for early identification for cancer. And all data is already inside this application, so we can identify what kind of intervention that we would like to do for each of the people. And this data is by name, by address, geotagging with Google Earth. That's why it needs also the connectivity. Indonesia have 17,000 islands, 7,000 are inhabited, 10,000 puskesmas, 2,700 of it has a very poor internet connections. That's why 6 months ago, we invited Elon Musk to come to Bali. We signed an agreement. So these 2,700 puskesmas will have access to Starlink connectivity. So then those data can be transmitted to the ministry databases, and we can design the right interventions, whether we give amlodipine to the people or metformin or statin to those people to make sure that health conditions are controlled, to avoid them, to keep them healthy, not to cure them when they are sick, which is already too late. So this is the application that we are using. Hopefully this will increase the number of usage close to 200 million, hopefully in the next 3 to 4 years. And again, our objective to do the screening early, to detect the diseases early can happen, so the intervention will be cheaper and also the quality of life of our people will be better.
Excellent. Thank you so much, sir. And this one goes to DG, Africa CDC, Dr. Kaseya. Based on your observation, what role does innovation play in disease prevention, particularly in the context of emerging infectious disease?
Yes, we have to say that clinical trial and research and development are critical for us in Africa. We have our brother from Ghana leading a pharma company, and he will tell you, for us to move forward with our agenda, we need to have research and development. And this is why Africa CDC is putting in place a continental repository platform that will be a one-stop shop for everyone. And this is where we can find all information we need. And we are also working to expand our collaboration with Indonesia. You know, I was discussing with the minister this morning. I said, we have the Pasteur Institute in Dakar. They got WHO pre-qualification for yellow fever vaccine 50 years ago. It means we can also share our experience, and while we are learning, and as the minister said, on diagnostics, we got this donation of 30 PCR machine and 12,000 reagent. Even we can increase that based on our needs. But the most important one is just not to get donation, but to get also the knowledge, what Indonesia did, how we can, you know, scale up that in Africa. I think this is where we are, and it's mostly leading that agenda of innovation by partnering with our key partners like Indonesia.
Okay. Now, this question goes to Mr. Tripathi. So what are the key goals of the partnership, and how do you plan to address any challenges they may arise in the implementing this technology?
Thank you very much. In Africa, the vaccine production is of own challenge because we are not yet that much equipped. But as a company, we are trying to have a risk framework in which we are trying to see that we can have all the accessibility to study that what are the challenges we may have, especially in the area of the tech transfer where we have a technical expertise, when we see the regulations, maturity level from the WHO, so engineering aspect. So as a company, we are keeping our team to make sure that we are able to meet all the challenges. Apart from that, when we do the local production, we have to also align with the government bodies to see that how best we can get a commitment from the government. Because when we produce vaccines, and mostly vaccines are not patronized by the government, can be also a challenge. So we are working closely with the Africa CDC for the pool procurement. If one country is able to produce one of the vaccines, and how this pool procurement at the regional level can take place, and that is one of the challenge what we see. But other aspect what we see in the technical expertise, sorry, where we are working very closely hand in hand with the biopharm, the team, to get training for our people to ensure that we are able to meet to the same standard what PT Biopharm is having for the same product. So there are so many other challenges, but looks like as a good partnership, we'll be able to ensure that we'll be able to handle all those things.
To follow
Thank
up
you.
on that, any potential collaboration in the pipeline in response to current outbreak in the future preparedness for outbreak preparedness? Go ahead.
Yes, as a country, our president has taken a lot of initiative after the COVID-19, and it has been set up the National Vaccine Institute. So under the framework and the ecosystem, there are two companies who are trying to comply that. And in our future plant expansion, we are making arrangement for the pandemic line. Like if there is any challenge, so we have one line idle for the pandemic preparation, where we can take the technology transfer and drug substance from any of the companies from outside, and we can produce not for our country, also for the West Africa sub-region and even beyond. We are very appreciable about the Africa CDC's role currently, that they are trying to align all the companies who are taking initiative in the vaccine manufacturing, and to guide them that what are the requirements. We are also very thankful for the WHO. They are also taking a lot of initiative for the African vaccine manufacturer to guide them to see that how they can be compliant with time to come.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We only have 12 minutes left, so I would like to address the elephant in the room. This question goes to DG and then follow up by all ministers. Dr. Kasea, based on your professional judgment, what seems to be the magnitude of the current Mpox outbreak if we compare it to the COVID-19 pandemic and the Mpox in 2022? Go ahead.
I think if the world is neglecting Mpox, they are making a huge mistake. It's the same mistake that we made for COVID. When COVID started, we were thinking it was asymptomatic, it was just for young people, and the world didn't really pay attention. And what's happening with Mpox is so dangerous, not only for Africa, but for the world. Look, unfair treatment. In 2022, when WHO declared the public health emergency of international concern for Mpox, it was because we had, sorry to talk about it, because I want all of us to know what is going on. At that moment, we have so many cases in Europe, but the figure was a little bit fine in Africa. We started to see increase of cases in 2023. That moment, we had the vaccine. The vaccine we are talking about was available. We had medicine, the tecovirimat. but no one gave to Africa vaccine, medicine. They kept that for themselves. And when they decided to lift the status of fake public health emergency for international concern in June 2023, they didn't see that in DRC we had a new clade that came. That is the clade 1B that became sexual transmitted. If at that moment the world wanted to play solidarity for Africa, if at that moment we got vaccine and medicine, we will not be in the same situation today. What's happening today is so bad. Every day we see increase in terms of numbers, increase in terms of deaths, and we are talking about a virus. We don't know what kind of mutation we can have tomorrow. This is why it's important for us to play solidarity. And we saw, I was talking with Minister Budi, tecovirimat that people they were thinking can treat mpox, but it's not, efficacy on clade 1B is 0. We cannot use that. It means we need to go to continue more studies to see how we can find a medicine that can cure us. Cutting the story short, it's really time for us to say, let us come together. We already had lessons from COVID. We had lessons from the fake 2022-2023. It's time for us to say, let us come together. Let us provide more diagnostics, more vaccines, and more research for medicines to stop this outbreak.
Thank you for pointing that out, sir. And quickly to Minister Ibrahim, 3 minutes. How are your public health authorities responding? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. We see the world coming from COVID to mpox to what is next. I think respond to epidemics and pandemics, it is a global response. As said by Jen CDC, thank you very much for what you are doing in Africa. Usually, such like mpox, for example, till now it is not reported in the country, in Sudan. But as it is a global emergency and of international concern, every country should be alert. And in Sudan, for example, now this is the 3rd year. We keep the surveillance system aware and alert. In particularly working jointly with the neighboring countries where some cases are discovered. Before 2 months, for example, there is suspected cases in the border between Chad and Sudan and have been tested and confirmed to be negative. But we should be alert every time. The pandemic is, everyone is expected to have the disease. In pandemic, everyone should have the responsibility. The pandemic is not a responsibility of individual country. It is the responsibility of the global humanity in all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think this will be the final question to Minister Budi. How are our public health authorities responding? And to close this wonderful forum, this session, anything else you would like to add to our delegates, to our colleagues? Go ahead.
I will keep reiterating this. Pandemic is a global issue. It is not a local issue. It is scientifically wrong if we believe we can protect our country by ourselves. And it is also ethically very wrong if we are doing it that way. So that's why unless you can freeze 1.3 billion people that every year travel around the world, unless you can freeze them, not to move, stay at their houses, which is impossible. So that is the reason I believe I would like to quote the African quotes. If you want to move fast, you can go alone. But if you want to move far, you have to go together. This is the time that we have to work together, increase the capacity at a minimum standard, all countries, 192 of WHO member states, so we can protect the world, we can protect humanity, we can protect the children, and we can protect the children of our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking all panelists. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. If we want to go far, go together. Big round of applause for all ministers, excellencies. In the spirit of brotherhood, sisterhood, and cooperation, Indonesia and Africa are preparing to create a new chapter in the history of international relations, a success story that we hope we will be remembered by future generations. My name is Puri Anindita. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of the forum. I'm handing over the session back to the MC. Thank you so much.
Let's give a round of applause once again. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and all panelists for this panel discussion 5. Thank you. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please, we're inviting you to kindly take your seats. Thank you. We'll be having the leaders talk shortly, so please, once again, take your seats. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, we're now inviting you to kindly please once again take your seats. We're going to have the upcoming leaders' talk coming in shortly. Thank you. Please have your seats. Distinguished delegates, we're inviting you to kindly enter the room and please be seated. We're about to begin our leaders' talk shortly. Thank you.
69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From hell,
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council, entering into our room, joining us today for Leaders Talk, Dr. Hussein Ali M. Winyi. Thank you. Kindly please be seated.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency President Joko Widodo and the government of the Republic of Indonesia for convening this important forum that brings together Indonesia and African countries to deliberate on matters that will strengthen further the state of our relations and promote solidarity, political and economic cooperation premised by the Bandung spirit. Indeed, I thank the government and the people of Indonesia for the warm reception and gracious hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Bali. In this respect, allow me to convey the fraternal greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who could not attend this important forum due to other pressing commitments. Therefore, it is a great honor and privilege to address this important forum on her behalf and the people of my country. Tanzania attaches great significance to this forum, since it provides an opportunity for mutual reflection on the tremendous opportunities for trade, investment, and other economic potentials presented by the growing strategic partnership between Indonesia and Africa. Specifically for the United Republic of Tanzania, we are pleased to note that this forum is taking place this year when we are marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic relations between our two friendly countries. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania is greatly inspired by the Indonesian history of the remarkable economic transformation that saw this great nation evolve from being a predominantly agrarian economy to the 10th largest economy in terms of purchasing power parity. Your spirit of self-determination, resilience, and resourcefulness are among the attributes that inspire many of us. The relations between Indonesia and Africa have been strong and vibrant for decades. Their origins trace back to the Bandung Conference of 1955 that ignited the spirit of cooperation between African and Asian countries. Subsequently, we have continued to nurture these relations bilaterally and multilaterally through initiatives such as Non-Aligned Movement and the Asia-Africa Strategic Partnership of 2005. From Bandung in 1955 to Bali in 2024, Indonesia has continued to demonstrate that she is a true and reliable partner, not only to Africa's political aspirations, but also to our current aspirations of economic liberation. I therefore commend Indonesia for their leadership. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is encouraging to note that the theme of the Indonesia-Africa Forum 2 goes well with aspirations, goals, and priority areas of the Africa's Agenda 2063. For the Africa we want, this affirms the shared vision between Africa and Indonesia. Your commitment to align Indonesia's strategic policies with the African Union's Agenda 2063 is unquestionable. It is therefore incumbent upon us in this forum to affirm our shared vision for the prosperous future based on respect, shared prosperity, and mutual benefit. In this regard, I wish to convey my sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Indonesia for its significant contribution so far to the African country's development initiatives through various sectors such as agriculture, energy, mining, education, to mention just a few. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it has been clear for a long time now that the emergence of complex and interrelated challenges such as climate change, escalating debt crisis, political conflicts, food insecurity, health crises, energy crisis, and others have worked to diminish and undermine the efforts and ability of many African countries to achieve social, political, and economic development despite our huge potential. It has dawned on us for some time now that in Africa, we need to forge new partnerships for development that are essentially different from the traditional ones that have taken us thus far. I'm therefore heartened by Indonesia's readiness to champion this new partnership, and I believe the high-level forum on multi-stakeholder partnership will reanimate our collective resolve to forge transformative development cooperation that will address challenges we confront, especially in key sectors such as agriculture, energy, mining, health, development cooperation, to mention just a few. Tanzania welcomes with appreciation the decision of the Indonesian government to launch the Grand Design for Development Cooperation in Africa. We are looking forward to engaging with Indonesia through this framework for support of our development endeavors. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is ironic that despite our historical cooperation that followed the Bandung Conference, we have not been able to leverage on this formidable foundation to nurture equally strong economic cooperation. Our economic cooperation has remained scanty. I'm heartened to learn that there will be a concurrent business forum where business matching will happen. This is a good step in the right direction, as the business forum will serve as an important platform to facilitate and strengthen further the joint exploration of potential trade and investment opportunities between Indonesia and Africa. As we undertake business matchmaking, we ought to remain cognizant that the African Continental Free Trade Area is a formidable catalyst to unlock the benefits of the continental market and generate mutually beneficial opportunities for both Africa and other countries across the world, including Indonesia. Our Indonesian friends are warmly welcome to take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area's huge market by fostering its trade linkages with Africa and ensuring sustainable economic development for both sides. Africa also welcomes the reciprocal trade for its goods, products, and services to compete on an equal footing in the global economy. On this note, I urge the Indonesian government to increase its engagement in Africa's industrialization efforts and ensure that you play a positive role in our efforts to strengthen institutional frameworks for economic cooperation, such as economic partnership agreements, trade and investment promotion frameworks, double taxation avoidance agreements, and investment protection agreements to facilitate equal access for the African products to the Indonesian markets. Just like many African countries, Tanzania has significant potential in renewable energy, particularly hydro, geothermal, wind, and solar power. In this connection, I wish to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Indonesian state-owned company Pertamina for its investment in natural gas in Mtwara, Tanzania. With these remarks, I wish once again to express my sincere appreciation to our host, His Excellency President Joko Widodo, and the government of Indonesia for convening this great forum that bring us together to deliberate on matters of mutual benefit. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Excellency Ms. Chenli Matundu, Excellency Ms. Dewa A. Gray, Excellency Mr. Andrea Aguer Arik Malueth, Excellency Bapak Suharto Mono Arfa, Ms. Caroline Turk, Amir Bukvik and all distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. In this short opportunity, I would like to start by expressing my thanks to all of you for being here in Indonesia. I hope while you are in Nusa Dua, Bali, all of you will have a fruitful discussion and meeting, as well as some time to experience the wonderful Indonesia. As we open this event as part of the Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to address you in this important session. In the midst of global challenges, Indonesia is committed to strengthen our ties with Africa, holding on the Bandung spirit from 1955 ASEAN-African Conference in Bandung that served as a timeless reminder for all of us to share our aspiration for self-determination, social justice, and economic development. In this particular panel, which entails a discussion about cooperation among countries, has become more relevant and very timely. To be more specific, the potential of multidimensional collaboration stemming from today's discussion will surely enhance our nation's economic development. Indonesia always values strong relationship among countries, especially with our friends in the African continent. Indonesia is a true and reliable partner for Africa. The relationship between Indonesia and Africa countries has started for more than 69 years that provide meaningful partnership and also lasted across different generations and administration. Indonesia as well as Africa, we both have common trade. Indonesia and Asia has been a world economic engine. We share many issues such as energy, especially how to develop more access to energy and also renewable energy, biodiversity, and natural resources. Disturbance on a geopolitical and security risk, this is recently also has been escalated, has also created a huge economic implication worldwide. I would like to also, in this case, stressing the cooperation in which Indonesia and Africa need to continue strengthen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we need to continue working harder. I believe most of you here to share the same view with us, in which the current global economic situation creating a downside risk. We currently live in the same world and face a very real challenges, from the digital technology that create technological divide, aging population in some country, and also the threat from climate change. These challenges has potential impact to our economic performance, also creating implication for the investor appetite to invest, and also affecting the capital movement across region. All of us as a policymaker need to continue aware about this changing and shifting global geopolitical situation as well as global challenges. The geopolitical tension create a huge implication on the global fragmentation. We need to continue working hard to make sure that trade and investment is going to become an engine of growth for Africa as well as Asia. We also need to cooperate more in complementing our economic growth and development. To anticipate this situation, we need to continue also working hard on our home front, creating a macroeconomic stability, adopting a prudent policy, and also cooperating more on both trade and investment, including on exchange of human capital and as well as the development experience. Through our bilateral and multilateral cooperation, we could actually exchange more in terms of development experience. Facing with many uncertainty, both coming from domestic as well as globally, we need to continue learning and also adopting a more pragmatic and best practices. The global economic challenges with the fragmentation is going to provide us with a lot of incentive to be always looking inward. But that's not the kind of policy that we need to adopt. Because the more that we are going to be inward looking and more protectionist, it's going to create even more challenges for our development. So for Asia and Indonesia in particular and Africa, we need to continue working hard, trying to find what is the common ground for us to cooperate. Look at the trade and investment. Look at the common objective that we could achieve together in order for us to be able to use our resources in the most comprehensive way, to develop more our human capital and to create a best investment climate so that we are going to be able to continue developing as well as working together. Indonesia and Africa is actually complementing to each other in collaboration both on many areas, including on investment, trade, economy, and even on the environment. We are true and reliable trade partner for Africa. Indonesia continue encourage our companies to invest and to trade with many of the African countries. We also supporting through our working capital, credit, as well as financial sector in order for us to be able to expand our investment and also building infrastructure to our neighboring country, including Africa. We also need to continue collaborate by sharing our knowledge, and especially in many areas that is relevant to both countries as well as to region. For example, dealing with the climate change, how we are going to develop how in working together to improve our agricultural performance as well as on the marine as well as the mining sector. These are all the areas in which Indonesia have a lot of experience, but Africa, I'm sure, have a lot lesson to learn. Indonesia will continue our work to make sure that Indonesia can achieve higher income status. This is going to be a very long journey. It will require a lot of investment on a good policy, infrastructure, and human capital investment. These are all the same lessons that Africa can also see and learn, and I'm sure the African countries also developing the same policy package as well as the area that need to continue develop. The cooperation that we could build through the international bilateral as well as multilateral can be based on best practices, good policy adoption, as well as lesson from even not so good experience. How we are going to develop in terms of eliminating poverty, creating more prosperity, as well as creating more resiliency, given the fact that a lot of risks coming from both climate change, digital technology, as well as geopolitical situation. Indonesia will continue support any collaboration initiative that we could think of between these two regions. As a country, we just continue to develop with many of our experience. We will continue working together because we believe cooperation as well as strengthening collaboration is going to be one of the most important ingredients for success. The grand design of cooperation between Asia and Africa, between Indonesia and Africa, has become one of the most important area of cooperation that need to be worked out. Whether this is in the area of agriculture, like food security, energy security, health, as well as infrastructure development and human capital. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to convey my gratitude to all of you who present here and coming to Indonesia. I'm sure your spirit of cooperation can be seen and can be felt by all of us here, and that can be a very strong asset for all of us to build a truly partnership between Indonesia and Asia. how we are going to continue design development which is more inclusive, green, as well as equal. This is also creating an ample room for mutual opportunity and boosting our relationship between Indonesia and Africa. In all discussion, agreement, and cooperation that being discussed, hopefully can lead to our people to see this cooperation as a beacon of hope, as a backbone for a stronger cooperation today and in the future. I hope you are all going to have a fruitful discussion as well as a good opportunity to continue explore how we are going to build a strong Indonesia-Africa Forum. Thank you so much and enjoy Bali.
A very strong speech from Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Sri Mulyani, in conjunction with the second Indonesia-Africa Forum here in Bali. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening on. We request your kind patience as we prepare for the next panel, Discussion 6. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda will be a focus on essential theme from our collective future through partnership for mutual progress, strengthening collaboration amongst Indonesia, Africa, and global stakeholders. To guide us through this important discussion, let's welcome our moderator, TBI Global Lead on Trade and Infrastructure, Mr. Frank Metzert. And also, we'd like to invite panelists for this session to the stage. Deputy Minister for International Cooperation and Economic Integration of Liberia, His Excellency Ibrahim Nye. Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperations, Namibia, Her Excellency Janelle Matundu. Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Siti Nugraha Mauludia. Deputy Secretary General Infrastructure, Productive, Social and Political Sectors, East African Community, His Excellency Andrea Aguirre Arik Maluet. Senior Vice President of Japan International Cooperation Agency, Mr. Ando Naoki. Director and Resident Representative Regional Hub Indonesia, Islamic Development Bank, Mr. Amer Bukwik. Country Director for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, East Asia and Pacific, the World Bank, Ms. Caroline Turk. Mr. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'd like to recognize our VIP, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Eswatini. You're most welcome, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And it's great to have you here for panel 6. And as I think was introduced, this panel is all around partnerships, true partnerships for prosperity, particularly thinking about strengthening cooperation between Indonesia, Africa, and other global stakeholders. So that's the theme for the panel today. And maybe just to give you an overview, this panel will be looking very much at the opportunities and challenges that are faced with international development cooperation. We'll be exploring, and I think we have a fantastic panel today. We've got ministers from African countries, a regional economic community. We have bilateral partners as well as multilateral partners. So it's a great mix, I think, of different stakeholders. The objective of this session is very much to draw from people's experience, thinking about what should shape the cooperation between Indonesia and Africa, and also thinking about how Indonesia can cooperate with multilateral and other partners, what we call triangular cooperation, all right? And the concept really of this panel is to explore how this can be mutually beneficial from development cooperation, but also in terms of trade and investment, and particularly how this can feed into Indonesia's new framework for development called the Grand Design for Development that the Honorable Minister of Finance just outlined in her televised speech. But I think the panel will also explore how this issue of cooperation can be tailored to the needs of African states, all right? So that's the theme for this panel, panel 6. And just to introduce, I think, our panelists, okay? I'd like to introduce Carrie, or Carolyn Turk, who's the Country Director for Indonesia, Timor-Leste, East Asia, and the Pacific for the World Bank, right at the end. Then I'd like to introduce Amor Bukovic, who's the Director, Resident Representative for, and the Regional Hub here in Indonesia for the Islamic Development Bank. Welcome, Amor. I'd also like to introduce Her Excellency Siti Mauludia, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Siti, the Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Indonesia. You're most welcome, Siti. Next is the Honorable Janelle Matundu, who's the Deputy Minister for International Relations and Cooperation for the Republic of Namibia. Welcome, Minister. Great to have you on the panel. And I'd also like to introduce Naoki Ando-san, who's the Senior Vice President of JICA, the Japan International Cooperation Agency. Then I'd like to introduce the Honorable Andrea Arik Muluethi, who's Deputy Secretary General at the East African Community for Infrastructure, Productive and Social Political Sectors. So welcome, DSG. And finally, I'd like to introduce Dr. Ibrahim Niaye, who's the Deputy Minister of International Cooperation and Economic Integration in Liberia. So welcome. That's our panel. And can we give them a round of applause of welcome, please? Okay, fantastic. So if I could kick it off, first of all, with your good self, Minister Janelle from Namibia. Welcome. And I wanted to ask you, how do you see the focus of bilateral cooperation potentially being with Indonesia? And what sort of impact are you looking for from this cooperation? Are there any particular sectors that Namibia is looking for cooperation in? You have the floor.
Thank you, Master Moderator, for the floor. And allow me also at this juncture to thank the Indonesian government for the warm welcome and the greatest hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival in the beautiful city of Bali. Coming to the question of how I do see a focus of this bilateral cooperation, let me start off by saying that in terms of natural resources and commodities, both Namibia and Indonesia are rich in natural resources. So collaborating can focus on sustainable extraction and trade of minerals, metals, and agricultural products. As you are well aware that Namibia has the best meat in the world. So with specific emphasis on the local value addition. So Namibia aims to diversify its economy through industrialization. Coming to, when we are talking of value addition, most of our products are being sent outside there to be polished and finalized or finished as raw materials, coming back again to the country at a very high price, which is not what one wants to see. But if we could have seen that Namibia industrialized itself, we could have our own factories where we can market our products and finish everything there. With that also, it can create employment opportunities to our young people, which is now very high on the rate at over 50% of young people unemployment. So by having this Namibia industrialized, we can see ourselves one day as providing jobs to our people.
Thanks so much, Minister. So really, what you're saying is really trying to add value to the raw materials that Namibia produces to create jobs. So very much the industrialization agenda. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And maybe Mr. Dr. Ibrahim, same question to you really. Do you see, what do you see the key ingredients of the cooperation with Indonesia being, and what sort of impact, again, are you seeking in Liberia, and what sectors do you think it should focus on?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thanks to the government and people of Indonesia for the courtesy accorded myself and my delegation since our arrival here, and thanks to the members of the audience for their attention. Our government and people, we have a strong relationship with Indonesia dating back to the Bandung Conference, which is now a reference at this important meeting. But most importantly, the development of the 2015, post-2015 Sustainable Development Goals were done under the leadership of the President of Liberia, then Her Excellency President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and the President of Indonesia, President Sisulu. So that indicates that Liberia and Indonesia have a strong voice in the ongoing implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. So the vision, the targets were all informed by the aspirations of the peoples and leaders of Liberia and Indonesia. And so we intend to take this cooperation forward, what we articulated clearly in the SDGs, which are now today the global goals. So the specific sectors today for us, we have now foregrounded in our diplomacy, our multilateral and bilateral cooperation, elements of trade and economic and development cooperation. In particular, we are looking into improving agricultural cooperation, which we intend to lead us to industrialization in the agriculture sector, and then improving energy production. Today, Indonesia is one of the largest investors in Liberia in the agricultural sector, particularly palm oil, with an investment of around $2 billion. We intend to leverage that and to take that to another stage from the cashew production of raw palm products, which are exported to Liberia, to an intermediate or a final stage of production of palm products such as lotion, body lotion, and other materials that may come from palm products. Currently, that is not being done. So that is our next target for this level of cooperation: industrialization, agro-processing, and the next sector will be the energy sector. So these are all issues that align very closely with the Indonesia-owned grand design. So we already had these. We have foregrounded agriculture, energy, healthcare into our national development plan, which our president articulated this year, called the Arrest Agenda. Now, moving forward, we also look forward to political cooperation. We are about to be elected to the UN Security Council, and Indonesia has a strong reputation of campaigning for a reform of this council. This is also our agenda. We intend to take this forward. We intend to champion the cause for greater representation of developing countries on the Security Council in both categories, permanent and non-permanent. And we also intend to lead a campaign for the reform of voting powers. This is also a campaign Indonesia has already laid a basis for. So we could also cooperate at that level politically. Our economic and trade relationship could be more sustained also through political cooperation. And we look forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So very much focused on agribusiness, adding value to palm oil for job creation, but also that political engagement, as you said. Thanks so much, Minister. So I'll now hand it over to your good self, DSG Arik. I mean, you are the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Communities. I think now 7 member states. It's a large regional economic community in Africa, one of the most advanced. And you know, how do you see as a regional economic community, as opposed to our 2 other panelists that are obviously country-based, representing their countries, how do you see that the cooperation and partnership with Indonesia as a regional economic community?
Thank you so much, moderator. First of all, I would like to start by saying East Africa community is an economic community of 8 countries, not 7 countries. We have Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Federal Republic of Somalia. We are an economic community of a young, dynamic population of about 340 million people. We also have the longest coastline, I think, in Africa. East Africa community is ready to partner with like-minded partners like Indonesia, and the association. East Africa community is ready to join cooperation, which facilitates strategic partnership and development-focused trade and investment. EAC is endowed with most of precious natural resources, ranging from minerals to oil and gas, maritime, tourism, green energy such as hydropower, geothermal, wind, and solar. There are immense opportunities in East Africa, including agriculture sector. EAC is well placed when it comes to maritime transport, as it is bordering Indian Ocean to Atlantic Ocean in DRC. East Africa community has other investment opportunities such as infrastructure, health, and financial services, among others. EAC region has developed legal frameworks, policies, strategies, initiatives which can enhance cooperations in trade and investment with individual countries, regional economic communities like EU, COMESA, SADC, through a tripartite. EAC also is trading under Africa Continental Free Trade Area. To conclude, Mr. Moderator, EAC is the investor's destiny for investment, as opportunities are immense and most of them remain untapped. Thank you.
Thanks so much, DSG. And it's good to know you're now 8 partner states rather than 7 last time I was working with you. But obviously huge amounts of different investment opportunities. So yeah, that's exciting. 350 million people, you said. Yeah, so you represent a very large bloc. Well, we've heard from a lot of our African partners, and what we're getting is quite strong messaging around key sectors, what you're hoping to get. And maybe now I'll hand it over to your good self, Carrie, from the World Bank. You represent multilateral institution operating with different instruments at your disposal. And I think we're really interested to know how the World Bank currently is supporting cooperation between Indonesia and African countries, and Indonesia obviously bilaterally. And interested to hear any particular success stories that you have. Yeah, so maybe I'll pass it over to you, Carrie, just to talk to that.
Thank you. And many thanks to the organizers for inviting the World Bank to this interesting panel. I've been fascinated to hear the ideas from the African colleagues here, and we'll be taking this to heart. The World Bank, of course, is a global institution, as our name would suggest, and as a global institution, part of what we try to do is share knowledge across the world. Most people will be familiar with the fact that the World Bank lends money to countries across the globe, But we also see ourselves as a knowledge bank, and we've recently prepared a new knowledge compact, which aims to intensify the whole process of cross-learning, learning lessons from our successes, and as Excellency Minister of Finance just mentioned, also some of our failures in lending, in policy advice, and to take those lessons across the globe so that we are not asking countries to reinvent the wheel as they confront their developmental challenges. So in that light, we have knowledge activities which stretch across the globe, and many of these involve a transfer of knowledge between Indonesia and many African countries, and I wanted to highlight a few. Some of them are kind of larger in scale, and as an example, we have the Joint Learning Network for Universal Healthcare. That involves 39 countries globally, of which I think 14 are African, and it's co-convened at the moment by Indonesia. And this aims to bring practitioners in universal health coverage together to learn practical tasks in the field. I think both Liberia and Namibia are members of this, and it's also supported by Japan, Germany, and other bilaterals as well. And so the idea there is really to look at countries that have really made progress in developing their human capital, and how can that be shared with other countries that are still struggling with these. There are many more approaches which are a bit more bilateral in nature. So we've had exchanges between Côte d'Ivoire and the Social Security Agency in Indonesia, looking at how health insurance might be made to be more effective. We've had a partnership between Indonesia and Nigeria on micronutrient surveys. We've got a big partnership that we support on the forestry sector, taking Democratic Republic of Congo, Brazil and Indonesia together, representing more than 50% of the world's forests, to work together to look at issues of common concern. For example, how do you interact with carbon markets? How do you really protect forests while balancing off with other needs of the economy? So many examples there on the knowledge side. But I also wanted to highlight some of the financing partnerships we have. I wanted to highlight the work that the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, does in supporting investments by Asian firms into the African continent. This is something that the Honourable President of Zanzibar was mentioning, the need for these investment fora. So IFC has a number of investments in Asian firms, actually not Indonesian but Asian, but hopefully that is something that we could look at in the future, that are actively investing in the African continent. So there's Tile Master in Mauritius. This is a company that's registered in Shanghai and now investing in Mauritius with financing from IFC. There's the Sunda Group, which is registered in Hong Kong, which is investing across Africa in metal products. There's Shende Medical, Chinese Medical Institute, which with the support of IFC is providing assistance to Kenya. And there is the option of doing more of this kind of work into the future. One of the instruments that the World Bank is in the process of introducing is an option where countries can borrow from the World Bank to invest in infrastructure. So taking the risk up front of investing in infrastructure and offering cheaper interest rates for that investment, on the basis that the country then sells off that infrastructure, perhaps to private sector firms to operate and run after the infrastructure has been completed. That leaves the country with greater borrowing headroom to invest in more infrastructure, having already invested at a cheaper rate. But it also brings the private sector into the process of investing into infrastructure, and we believe this will be quite important going forwards. So I'm going to leave it at that. World Bank does have projects that can stretch across countries, and we have had global projects that have included both African countries and Asian countries, for example, during COVID. So that's another way we can link together under an umbrella that can provide cross-learning at the same time. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Carrie. And, you know, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff you were talking there about the knowledge partnerships, how that's linked your work in Indonesia with Africa, and then some of the financing mechanisms, particularly for the private sector with the IFC, and also potentially, as you said, infrastructure investment and a global approach. Well, thanks, Kerry. And Amor, I'd like to turn it over to your good self now. And I mean, again, you're representing a multilateral institution, the Islamic Development Bank, and really interested in a couple of issues that you could maybe share with the audience. Is first of all, how does the Islamic Development Bank promote the use of Islamic financing instruments, particularly for improving access to finance, but also for infrastructure? And if you could also highlight some of the successful initiatives that you've been operating or you've been putting into effect to help Africa or Indonesia. So over to you, Amma. You have the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Frank. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. I am really excited to be part of this panel and this conference. And first of all, I would really like to mention this. I'm excited both through the institution that I represent, ISDB, which we usually say is the 57 member countries of the South, which is run by the South and which is for the South. ISDB, which has a track record of 50 years and 12,000 development projects and $185 billion in the South. On the personal level, I am excited because I'm a Bosnian coming from a former Yugoslavia. When Bandung spirit is mentioned, when it was mentioned by the president of Zanzibar, Mr. Hussein Ali, and later by the finance minister, Her Excellency Mulyani Indrawati, and also by His Excellency Ibrahim Niei, Deputy Minister from Liberia, I felt really excited about this because I myself grew up in the spirit of Bandung. As you know, Bandung spirit was effectively established in Yugoslavia in 1961 through the non-alignment with the leadership, among others, of Josip Broz Tito of Yugoslavia. So my parents were engineers of Yugoslavian engineers, and we grew up in Africa. I grew up in Africa, living in Sudan, Libya, later Iraq, and then we were packing for Liberia, but in the last moment we were redirected to Libya in energy projects and mostly in transmission line development in these countries. So I feel very emotional about the topic and very committed to the success of this conference and this panel. Now, on the question of the financing models of Islamic Development Bank, we have been doing project finance, installment sale, leasing, sukuk, private-public partnerships throughout these 155 billion, and we managed to have a portfolio, and we are one of the rare institutions purely owned by the South, which still maintains the AAA Standard & Poor's rating. So we have been doing successfully operations for 50 years in various fields that I can elaborate more on. Now, we also have a very strong developed technical cooperation, which from inception of Islamic Development Bank, we were sharing knowledge and developing human capacity in our member countries. But from 2012, we developed a reverse linkage modality where we actually take the successful models from from some of our countries and implement them in other countries. So we have, in this way, officially or operationally included a modality that MDB can directly engage with private sector. And we have numerous examples of successful ventures in Africa by private sector. So it's a modality of a win-win, where private sectors would be motivated to come in for their profit-oriented, but for us, we as an MDB, we believe that overall development of our member countries, and our member countries are quite, many of them are least developed member countries, many of them are facing a lot of difficulties. So for us to move forward in these kind of environments, we really need to have successful private sector involvement. Now, we have examples of our financial modalities also through Sukuk. We have raised recently $5 billion in green Sukuk for climate financing. We have mobilized resources through different projects, and we also have, like the World Bank, with whom we really work very closely together, we have our own affiliates like ICD, like you have IFC, which is investing long-term in private sector, in equity and in finance. Then we have ITFC, financing trade. We have ISEC, which is in like MIGA of the World Bank, which is actually insuring the investments and making insurance for the big investments in Africa. So we have projects that, example, you asked me for example, and I'll finish on that. We have projects of Dakar Regional Express Train for urban mobility, which is eco-friendly, fast and efficient project. Then we have in Indonesia, Trans-South-South Java toll road. We have a reverse linkage operation in Senegal on the road construction, and the Sihren project in health, which we did with World Bank, improving the health facilities of $4 billion. So with that, I'll stop.
Thank you, Emma. And it's great. Yeah, let's give him a good round of applause there, because it's great to hear your personal experience as well of, engaging with Indonesia when you were young. But it sounds like the Islamic Development Bank is doing some very interesting things. Well, look, now, thanks so much. We've heard from our multilateral partners on the panel. I'd like to now, Naoki, hand it over to you, good self, at the Japan International Cooperation Agency. And I think JICA's got a strong reputation. I know that you've also been involved a lot with working with other multilaterals and Indonesia, and also, obviously, with Africa, really important. So I think it'd be really interesting to hear from your perspective, what have been some of the successes? And yeah, are there any particular sectors that you focused on as JICA? And have you faced any challenges? Over to you.
All right, thank you, Frank. And thank you very much for inviting me to this very important forum. My portfolio in JICA is as a vice president, is African development. And as you mentioned, I previously chief representative of JICA Indonesia office. So I really, strong supporter of abundant spirits for African development. It's really important. Okay, thank you. And the very basic approach as a bilateral donor agency toward triangular cooperation is to expand our possibility or horizons of technologies or policies for development. Just Japan and the African country is really not making, a lot of change, but if we involve Indonesian experience on technologies, we can make much more bigger than that just bilateral. Let me give you one tangible example. I think every Indonesian people know this handbook. Is a mother-child health handbook. It's a, this very beautiful booklet has a lot of information here. Previously, originally, this system is just for record of baby's weight, record of immunization, or blood test of pregnant women or something. That is just record or something. But now, in this booklet, it has a lot of educational information for new mother and new fathers as well, and how importance of the nutrition condition of pregnancy period, or how to change to the breastfeeding to the the baby's food or something. That is very, very informative one. And this booklet origin is coming from Japan. Indonesian medical doctor visited Japan and noticed that this booklet can be utilized for Indonesian development. It is happened in 1992. And Indonesian Medical Ministry of Health and JICA launched a pilot project in 1994 in Salatiga, 150,000 population, small city in central Java. And took 10 years, it became national system. And Ministry of Health and JICA started to, triangular cooperation for this. And they are backed up by WHO. And now we, as well as we noticed, is 34 countries globally is applying this handbook for mother and child health. And 12 countries from African countries is utilizing this. This is Mother and Child Health Handbook for Palestine. It's, a bit different, financial condition or something, but it's really, effective way to secure Palestine babies and mothers. These are Kenya and Ghana. You see, it looks like very similar to Indonesian handbook. It's really, really effective way to, save kids and lives of kids. And it didn't happen without triangular cooperation. So, we can replicate this, change in the field of agriculture, tropical agriculture, technology, or rice production or something. In many potential we have for doing this kind of change, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's really interesting, and it's great, isn't it, to see real live examples of how the experience here in Indonesia is being also shared with Africa. So thank you very much for that. But I'd like to hand it over to our host nation. Thanks again to Indonesia for arranging this forum. It's been a really great forum. And I think I'd like to hand it over to you now, Siti. You've heard from a lot of our panelists. You've heard from our partners in Africa. You've heard from the multilateral, bilateral. And I mean, I think it'd be helpful to get a readout from you how you evaluate the current state of cooperation with Africa. And, we've heard quite a lot from the Honorable Minister as well about the grand design for development cooperation. It's a very catchy title, sounds very exciting. So it'd be great to hear, Siti, a little bit more from your good self about what that is, how the framework operates. So you have the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Mark. Since you gave me 2 questions, I think I got more than 7 minutes, right? Anyway, well, thank you very much. I just would like to emphasize, our leaders has already mentioned it, that for Indonesia, Africa is one of growing strategic importance, characterized by their significant achievements and notable challenges. Some key achievements between Indonesia and Africa. First, African countries becoming our important trading partners. It's been the trading, the statistic for trade volume between Indonesia and Africa has jumped enormously in the past decade. And second, the political and diplomatic engagement of Indonesia and Africa becomes stronger and deeper. I would echo you, Deputy Minister of Liberia, about how we would like to have a stronger political cooperation. And of course, on the development cooperation, Indonesia has actively participated in the capacity building programs of Africa in many areas. It dated back to the 80s when we have, with JICA, we have this training center. We established training centers in Namibia and Tanzania. Only for the last decades, Indonesia development cooperation has reached 23 out of 54 countries in Africa. And it's approximately 42% of the region. And the programs are focusing on some critical sectors, such as food security, health, and energy. And it also already, participated by more than 500 only in the last decades. And on the grand design itself, could we have it up on the screen, the narratives of the grand design? We are committed to ensure that our development cooperation for Africa has strong alignment with global development agenda, as well as Africa's agenda for 2063. And that's why our grand design for development cooperation with Africa was based on. And the vision of our development cooperation with Africa is, of course, to enhance shared prosperity. I would like to emphasize shared prosperity, foster sustainable development, strengthen cooperation, as well as ensuring mutual economic growth and resilience for both Indonesian and African countries. And in this design, we have the core values, which are mutual respect, inclusivity, collaboration, and sustainability. And this will ensure that our efforts will align with the shared interests and priorities of both countries and regions. Rooted in Bandung spirit, Indonesia is committed to win-win cooperation, cooperating with Africa as equal partner. And of course, to ensure that our support for the achievement, as I mentioned earlier, it will be aligned with the Africa Agenda 2060, and we would like to ensure that it's more strategic, meaningful, and impactful. And we consolidate effort under the development Agency for International Development. And as key partner for Africa, and and you also have been listened to all the previous speakers, we have explored some following sectors for our development cooperation based on comprehensive discussion. It's on the energy and mineral, health, agriculture, education, community development, and infrastructure. And these sectors, it's not chosen by Indonesia, but as we have listened carefully, this is also based on our comprehensive discussion with our African partners country. And I believe that these development priorities will maximize the effectiveness of Indonesia's engagement in Africa. Well, speaking about challenges, what we, I've mentioned about the achievement, but on the challenges, I think the challenges is on our own capacity in delivering the development cooperation. So we have been building our own capacity. In 2019, we established the Indonesian International for Development Cooperation, and then as well as, for instance, JICA, World Bank, ISDB, and other development partners also help us build our capacity as an effective development partner. So I think with that, I would just, give back the microphone to you, Mark. I don't think I passed the 7 minutes.
I think you did very well. Thank you, Siti. Much appreciated. And it's great also to get the visuals. So we've heard from each of the panelists, and I think, quite a lot of rich experience here. And what I'd like to do is just go back to our panelists with what we've learned and maybe just kind of discuss some of the other issues. And so, Minister Gianelli, can I kick off with going back to your good self? I mean, Citi talked about some of the challenges, okay? And we've got about another, I think, 15, 20 minutes for the panel. So I'd like to just come back to you and ask you, what particular challenges has Namibia faced from previous cooperation, and what have we learned from that? How should that affect the way that Indonesia works with you in Namibia?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the question. To start with, before coming to the previous cooperation, let me start off with the biggest elephant in the room, which is the classification of Namibia as a middle-income country. This hinders Namibia, as a small country with its small population, access to concessional loans, and this did not take into account other factors such as inequalities, but it has just been decided by factors of GDPs that now Namibia is now a middle-income country, which is good, but on the other end, it really disadvantaged the country by accessing to some of these loans, as small as we are. Coming to the cooperation, the Indonesia-Africa cooperation, from the previous experiences, Namibia had not encountered major challenges when it comes to cooperation like that. So, moreover, Namibia has developed a special economic zone, legislative framework aimed at ensuring value addition in key sectors. The CES policy was finished in 2021 and approved by Cabinet as we speak. So with our laws in place that guides us on when it comes to different cooperation with different countries, I can say on that side, Namibia is more well in place when it comes to that, because really we live within the guided principles, and with that, when you do it from the beginning, that this is what we want to achieve from this cooperation or so, major challenges will really not be experienced. But we appeal days and night to the World Bank to look at the factor of being classified as a middle-income country. Yes, it's something that we welcome, being at that level, but on the other end, it really hinders our progress when it comes to our developmental cooperation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Minister Gianelli. And I mean, that's an important point. On average, your income levels are middle income, but obviously the distribution is, as you said, it varies heavily. So I think there's a clear message there, Citi, from Namibia to Indonesia, and Carrie, maybe we'll catch up on that one with you. But having worked in Namibia, I know it's an amazing country. So thank you so much, Minister. Maybe Dr. Ibrahim, can I hand it over to you? Have you faced any particular challenges? Is there anything that you think should shape the nature of the cooperation with Indonesia? Over to you.
Indeed, thank you. So there's first the challenge of state capacity or the bureaucracy in implementing development cooperation agreements. You need follow-up mechanisms, sometimes the establishment of resident diplomatic representatives. And if you do not have that, for instance, at the moment, we do not have a diplomatic representation in Indonesia. Indonesia doesn't have one in Liberia, even though there is an Indonesian embassy with accreditation to Liberia. So that's one of the challenges that will affect cooperation moving forward, because these follow-up mechanisms are needed. And the general question of state capacity and the bureaucracy in both countries, particularly in following up on technical issues, could be a challenge. Then there are always differences in legislation and policy regimes. The time it may take us to navigate our bureaucracies and our legislative regimes to effectuate development cooperation agreements and begin to implement could be longer. And sometimes also we fight for policy coherence within multilateral organizations that we are part of as a means of even domesticating some of the agreements that we have. Liberia is part of ECOWAS, part of the Mano River Union, and a member of the AU, part of the IAF, African Continental Free Trade Area. So how will all of these affect relations, trade relations, for instance, unilateral trade relations with Indonesia could be a challenge. Then the shifting priorities of government. The same government could change priority, or a new government elected could change priority, and that also may affect existing development cooperation between the two countries. And finally, I know you have a microphone, but I also want to mention, to pick up on the issue my colleague just mentioned on the rating agencies, the private rating agencies, and even the ratings by the multilateral development organizations like the World Bank that try to stand in the way of developing countries seeking loans from private sector investors and other developing countries. These are all issues that affect particularly cooperation in financial areas and in trade. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dr. Ibrahim. Yeah, so that's quite a comprehensive list, and a lot of issues there that you've also talked on have played to the role of some of the regional agreements that you're part of, ECOWAS and the CFTA. And maybe it's a good time now, DSG Arik, to call on yourself. I mean, I'd be interested to know what you see the prospects for Indonesia working with the EAC, with the East African Community, in a triangular way. I mean, we've got the World Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, JICA here. Do you see potential for the EAC to work in a triangular relationship with those other funders and Indonesia?
Thank you so much, moderator. The answer is yes. It is yes, because EAC is already in partnership with bilateral institutions and multilateral institutions. We are already in partnership with GIZ, JICA, my friend sitting next to me here. We are also in partnership with with EU. We are in partnership with Africa Development Bank and the World Bank. And therefore, a possibility of Indonesia, East Africa, and any of these institutional, bilateral institution or multilateral institution is possible to have partnership with any of them in future. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, DSG. And Carrie, maybe, you know, we've got about another 10 minutes, but I wanted to get your experience of you working with other partners in a triangular cooperation, and particularly any examples where you worked with Indonesia. You talked about knowledge, but I think we're particularly interested how you work with other bilateral, multilaterals. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, as my colleague from Islamic Development Bank has mentioned, we have a consortium of donors really that are investing very heavily in the health sector at the moment, to the tune of $4 billion in Indonesia, and this brings in bilaterals, but also other multilaterals, the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, all working together, along with some grant funds that we've crowded into the package, which, to Honourable Minister's point on the extra costs that middle-income countries bear, this is one of the ways in which we in the World Bank try to reduce costs is by blending our own lending fees and interest rates with grant funds that we can get from bilaterals, packaging it up in a way that lowers transaction costs for the borrower, and hopefully it doesn't bring you all the way back down to IDA rates, which I'm sure is what you would like, but it goes some way to alleviating some of the extra costs associated with moving to middle income status and moving to IBRD borrowing rather than IDA borrowing. Just a reflection both on the program that we have here and from when I was responsible back in Africa, both for the Rwanda program and then later for Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea. We have projects there that were multi-country projects in East Africa that also had a component that worked with the EAC, in fact, had grant financing going into the EAC to also try and promote cooperation from that angle. And here in East Asia, we have projects in some of our East Asian borrowing countries that also has components for ASEAN. And can perhaps help to get coordinated approaches across the countries of the ASEAN membership as well. So we are able to do that. It's more difficult when it's loans than when it's grants, but it is still possible for us to find grants that we can bring into the programming and that can help with that. I guess where we haven't perhaps succeeded is bringing EAC together with ASEAN and with other trading groups, and maybe that's the next, that's something to look at in a greater cooperation between Indonesia and the African continent.
Yeah, thanks so much, Carrie. And yeah, a lot of really great examples there of the way that the World Bank and others work together to leverage the effect. And Amma, I just wanted to pass it over to you, good self, and maybe if you could just tell us a little bit about the Islamic Development's plans to expand your operations in Africa. Over to you.
Well, being aware of a very challenging economic times, Islamic Development Bank is working to strengthening partnerships, and we actively collaborate with African governments. Being a South-South institution, we are working only in the direction in coordination with governments. We do not impose, we do not ask the governments for any specific directions, but we have something called MCPS with each one of the African countries, where we are looking at the member country partnership strategy, and this would be designed in coordination with governments, and the way forward would be designed jointly. So, of course, the key of our success in Africa would be partnerships with other MDBs, with World Bank, with African Development Bank, with other OPEC fund, and we have an Arab coordination group that ISDB coordinates, 10 big financial institutions that we are a catalyst around. So we work all together, and we establish hubs. So we established hubs in Nigeria, in Uganda, in Senegal, in Morocco, in Egypt, and through these hubs we cover our operations in Africa. Now we are focusing on sectors, on infrastructure, agriculture, and human development. An example of our activities is like a smallholder agricultural productivity improvement project, SAPEP, that we are doing in Mali and other sub-Saharan African countries. So we are aiming to enhance, leverage technology and innovation, and also the synergy of our group, which I mentioned earlier, on trade finance, on private investments in ICD through private sector, on ISEC, the insurance side. So with all this combination, our plans is to expand our operations in that direction. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Amma. And it's great and exciting to hear those. I'm sure a lot of our African partners in the room will be interested to follow up with you. So maybe if I could pass it over to Jaika now, to your good self, Naoki. Could you tell us a little bit about your new plans? I understand you're signing an agreement with Indonesia today for triangular cooperation. Would you like to say a little bit more about that? Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are making a signature on MOC, Memorandum of Cooperation, with Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia for development, increasing triangular cooperation toward African development. You know, Indonesia is a upper middle income country now, so we are really thinking Indonesia is a very important partner for development of Africa. And 5 sectors is highlighted in this memorandum. Our priorities: health sector, and the food security, and the energy sector, trade and investment, and also public relations to international community about the importance of triangular cooperation. Those 5 areas we really wanted to expand our cooperation. And Another thing, I just, get some insight from the discussion with our colleague that the importance of regional agency or organization or African Union in triangular cooperation. There are so many African countries, and number of countries are so many, and it's really diversified. So we really need to, cover many countries as possible. So we are trying to make a platform of cooperation in covering, for the rice production or for clean city initiative covering all countries or something. And I think this kind of, triangular cooperation could be rectangle cooperation. That is maybe probably very important insight from that discussion, I thought.
Yeah, thanks, Naoki. And I think you've stolen one of my summary points there, but absolutely right. And I think, the adage, we're stronger together than alone, is an important one, right? And that spirit of partnership. Well, look, I mean, we've had I think, quite a rich discussion. And Siti, I'd like to bring it back to you now, if I could. You've heard a lot. So looking forward, what would be, I mean, you laid out some of the grand design priorities, but I think from what you've heard in the panel today, what would be, how does this shape your key priorities over the next decade? Yeah, over to you for a couple of minutes.
Well, certainly, thank you very much for all, your inputs and your concern. I think, we've been listening, I've been listening, and I've taken a lot of notes. But what I really would like to emphasize that we would like to, to improve our accountability and effectiveness for the sustainable outcomes for the development cooperation in Africa. And I think one of the challenges that we had before, and now we are going to, have it enhanced, is our comprehensive monitoring and evaluation. And I think one of the, I've been listening to all these, priorities, challenges. One of the things that I think we need to expand the collaboration with our private sectors, especially the state-owned enterprises and private entities, and to build, to enhance or build the institutional capacities, not only us as a provider, but also as the African countries as a partner for development cooperation. So I think that's all from me. But again, thank you very much, Mark. I mean, and thank you very much for all the speakers. I think, certainly the cooperation not only for bilateral or trilateral, but also with AAC. I think we need to look into it, and not only with the African Union as a whole, but also with all this sub-regional cooperation. But again, thank you, and we take note very carefully. I have my director here. He's been really busy taking notes, and I think we're going to have a really good grand design, and it's the grand design certainly will be consulted with all of you. Thank you very much, Mark.
All right, thanks, Siti. And so I think we've now come to the end of the panel. I'd hope to maybe put one more question, but I think given time pressure. So I think what we've learned is actually the potential for cooperation with Indonesia is strong, particularly around minerals, agro-processing, energy, political engagement. And also areas like tourism. We've learned that there's a lot of demand from countries, but also the potential for collaboration and partnership with regional institutions like the East African Community, ECOWAS, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat. There are big opportunities for trade across Africa, a continent of 1.3 billion people, after all. We've heard some of the really good initiative the multilaterals have been doing, knowledge sharing from CARI, some of the PPP and different private sector arrangements from the Islamic Development Bank, JICA's health knowledge sharing with Indonesia and Africa. And we've heard a bit about the grand design, which is fantastic, and some of the challenges. Okay, we've heard challenges with middle income designation. We've heard challenges from your good self, Minister, about not having a resident embassy, etc., and legislation. But what I take forward is a lot of good practice coming from consortia, knowledge sharing, global, regional institutions. And I come away feeling quite optimistic about the whole cooperation between Indonesia and Africa and other partners. So let's give a big round of applause, please, to our panelists. Thank you. And from myself, thank you to the government of Indonesia for arranging the forum. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. Thank you for panel discussion 6. We invite all to step down to your seats, except for, please remain on stage, our Director General for Information and Public Diplomacy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia and Senior VP of JICA. Please stay on stage with us as we continue on for the signing of the documents, the Memorandum of Cooperation on Development Cooperation for Africa between Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia and the Japan International Cooperation Agency. In just a moment, we will also have a group photo. So let's continue on with our document signing first. We kindly invite the signatories to sign the documents. The MOC focus on collaboration for global development within the framework of South-South cooperation to support 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Africa's Agenda 2063. Further, the implementation of the MOC shall involve sustainable development initiatives, multi-stakeholder partnerships, and public-private collaborations. Please show the documents for the photo opportunity. May we have handshakes, please, between the two? Yes. Thank you. Please join on stage Mr. Ueda from the Embassy of Japan, Ms. Takeda from JICA Jakarta, Director of International Development Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Please, may we have a group photo on stage. Let's have a group photo. Mr. Ueda from the Embassy of Japan, yes, and Ms. Takeda from JICA Jakarta. Let's have the arrangements together. 3, 2, 1, Bali. Thank you. One more time. 3, 2, 1, Bali. Can we have the documents to be shown, please? Can we have the documents to be shown together? Thank you. All right, everybody. Cameraman ready. 3, 2, 1. A good smile to Bali. Signing of Memorandum of Cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our round of applause. Thank you very much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, the Japan International Cooperation Agency on the development of cooperation for Africa. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Excellencies, we'll next have a lunch break, but before that, we'd like to thank our knowledge partner, the Tony Blair Institute, for their support. Please return to this ballroom at 1 o'clock as we continue to the next exciting agenda, and please, we expect you to return to our next Leaders Talk. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we do not have enough time, so please, 1 o'clock, we invite you to return back. Have your lunch all around the area of the Mulia Resort. Thank you and enjoy your networking luncheon.
69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. "69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. 69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in
Distinguished
2018
delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please, we invite you to enter the venue and take your seats and occupy the front rows first as we await for everyone to arrive. Once again, for those of you still outside, we're inviting you to come in and take your seats. Please occupy the front rows first as we await for everyone to arrive. Thank you.
Exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa in Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. "69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa in Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. 69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. "69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome back to the second Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024, and please join us to welcome the Leaders Talk 5. Without further ado, please, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency KCD Mohadi. Let's give a round of applause, please. Please be seated.
Pray be seated. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to commence my remarks by expressing the sincere gratitude of my delegation to the government of the Republic of Indonesia for the gracious invitation extended to Zimbabwe to attend the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, and the generous hospitality extended to us since arriving in the beautiful city of Bali. I am equally grateful for the opportunity to address this event. This forum presents us with a unique platform to exchange ideas on how Africa and Indonesia can diversify and deepen cooperation in the mining sector, trade and investment cooperation, industry and technology, among others. In Zimbabwe, the mining sector is one of our strategic anchors for economic growth and transformation, as the sector contributes 60% of the country's export earnings. This sector is set to contribute significantly to the country's vision of becoming an upper middle income society by the year 2030. Distinguished delegates, in our quest to achieve the country's Vision 2030, the government is working tirelessly towards the amendment of the Mines and Minerals Act, Gold Trade Act, and Precious Stones Trade Act, in order to attract additional investment in extraction and beneficiation of these minerals. I'm confident that this will go a long way towards realizing the goal of sustainable mining for the benefit of Zimbabweans, citizens, and investors alike. This is an area of cooperation in which Zimbabwe can engage and cooperate with Indonesia for mutual benefit. A draft memorandum of understanding in this area has already been exchanged between our two governments. Your Excellencies, the mining sector is one of the key drivers of economic growth and development in Zimbabwe, with over 60 international tradable minerals in our country. The key minerals driving the beneficiation and value addition drive under the National Strategy, Development Strategy 1 include gold, platinum group of metals, diamonds, coal, gemstones, chrome, and lithium, among others. Suffice to note that Zimbabwe has the second largest known deposit of lithium in the world, giving it a unique opportunity to contribute to the greening of the world economy for the good of the people and the planet. We strongly believe that the sustainable extraction and beneficiation of these mineral resources will create an impactful transformation that will alleviate poverty and strengthen entrepreneurship and economic development of our country. The mining sector accounts for 16% of the country's GDP, gross domestic product. Ladies and gentlemen, post-mining land rehabilitation is essential for restoring ecosystems and ensuring that land can be used for other purposes after mining operations cease. The government has initiated responsible mining audits to ensure compliance with the laws. In addition, riverbed mining has been banned to curtail land degradation and to promote ecological well-being. Zimbabwe welcomes investment in land reclamation projects and the restoration of its biodiversity. Distinguished guests, reaffirmation, engagement, and re-engagement with the international community remains critical
components of Zimbabwe's foreign policy thrust. The objective of the government of Zimbabwe is to fully reintegrate the country into the community of nations for a win-win outcomes in a peaceful and stable international environment. Zimbabwe, under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, is determined to continuously improve the ease of doing business in the country. In this regard, we also established the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency, ZIDA, which is a one-stop shop with a mandate to facilitate and streamline investment processes for prospective investors. Esteemed colleagues, most of the minerals from Africa have been exported in their raw or semi-processed form, resulting in loss of revenue and transfer of debt opportunities. The Africa Mining Vision, AVM, a brainchild of the African Union's Commission, Continental Industry Initiatives, encourages African countries to prioritize local mineral beneficiation and value addition. As a result, huge mining entities in the country, and taking into consideration the huge mining country like Indonesia, we would need to exploit the experience in the beneficiation and value addition of our minerals. Because experiences from Indonesia are both inspiring and educative. The government of Zimbabwe is capacitating small-scale gold miners through the provision of equipment for mineral processing and setting up centralized gold service centers. Currently, small-scale miners account for about 60% of total gold production in my country, Zimbabwe. Setting up of gold to jewelry factories will also increase the value addition units in this particular regard. I also wish to point out that the government of Zimbabwe is considering various financing models, including public-private partnerships, triple Ps, joint ventures, build, operate, and transfer both, and private sector cooperation to promote investment in the country. Esteemed delegates, let me conclude by inviting Indonesian and other investors to be part of our Vision 2030 by taking advantage of numerous investment opportunities in our mining sector for mutual benefit. Zimbabwe is indeed open for business, and you are all warmly welcome to come and invest in Zimbabwe. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. Greeting farewell to Your Excellency, thanking you for gracing us with your presence. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now turn over to panel discussion 7, taking the theme, Effective Implementation of Energy Diversification. To lead us through this important conversation, please let's welcome onto center stage the Director of Climate and Energy at the Tony Blair Institute, Mr. Gareth Walsh. And joining the moderator, we're honored to invite onto center stage as well our panelists, Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy of Mozambique, His Excellency Carlos Zacarias, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Republic of Kenya, His Excellency James Opio Wandai, Secretary General of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. M. Arshad Rashid PM, Chairman of TPDC Tanzania, His Excellency Ombeni Sefue, President Director and CEO PT Pertamina Persero, Ibu Nika Widyawati. Let's give a round of applause to our stellar panelists, and Mr. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks everybody for coming after lunch. It's a privilege to moderate this afternoon's panel on energy cooperation between Africa and Indonesia. I guess just by way of framing things, Africa and Indonesia's energy sectors have many things in common, both rich in energy resources, both fossil fuels and renewables. Both are looking to prioritize the use of these resources to drive their own domestic industry and their own development. And in both cases, the global energy transition represents opportunities for them, both areas rich in the minerals that we'll need to drive the energy systems of the 21st century, so cobalt, nickel, copper, and both are able to leverage their gas and renewable endowments to produce cleaner products and commodities that the world will need. So during this panel, we'll explore some of these themes and understand the ways that Africa and Indonesia are already partnering in this space and what's needed to scale these existing partnerships. So we're privileged to have a distinguished panel here from both Africa and Indonesia. From Africa, in place of Minister Zacarias, we actually have Marcelina Matavia. Marcelina is the Director of Energy within Mozambique's Ministry of Energy and Mining. And Marcelina is currently spearheading the implementation of the country's energy transition plan. We also have Honourable Minister James Wandai from Kenya. James has got a background in agriculture, technology, finance, recently assumed the position of minister in a country which is generally regarded as one of Africa's leaders when it comes to renewables and the energy transition. And finally, from Africa, we have Chairman Ombeni Sefue from the Tanzanian Petroleum Development Corporation, formerly Tanzania's permanent representative to the UN, and ambassador to the US, Canada, and Cuba. From Indonesia, we have representation from Dr. Dadan Kustiana, the Secretary General to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, who previously served as the DG of New Renewable Energies. We have Ms. Nike Widyawati, the President Director of Pertamina, with a background in banking, construction, electricity, and who recently acted as the chair for the Energy Task Force during Indonesia's hosting of the G20. And we have Mr. Arshad Rashid, who's the chairman of Indonesia's Chamber of Commerce and President Director of Indica Energy. Welcome. I think we'll kick off with the African delegates and maybe just to sort of contextualize the situation on the continent. And maybe Director Marcelina, to turn to you first. Mozambique has the potential to be an energy superpower within Africa, so vast gas resources, huge hydro resources, as we were talking about earlier, potential for geothermal, and is already a center of production of green commodities like aluminium. I wonder if you could just explain for the audience how Mozambique plans to harness all of these different energy sources to grow its economy, and your view of where you see fruitful potential partnership between Mozambique and Indonesia.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to say thanks on behalf of Minister Carlos Zacarias. Thanks to the invitation for us to participate in such an important event and speak to this audience about energy sector development in Mozambique. Mozambique has a vast potential of mineral resource and energy. We have coal, gas, hydro, solar, wind, biomass, and some of geothermal energy, whose development can benefit the country and other consumer market in the context of decarbonization. The strategic use of those energy assets can accelerate the transition to a middle economy, industrialized economy, and a structural transformation from a primary economy to an industrialized and service economy. Natural gas, in particular, provides a fair and safe energy transition option due to its advantage as a less polluting energy source. In terms of mineral, we have a wide range of resources, including strategic minerals such as lithium, nickel, and graphite. To guide the decarbonization journey, the government of Mozambique has been approving different tools, including the energy transition strategy. In fact, we did approve this instrument and launched it COP28 last year, November. The energy transition strategy mission is to leverage our abundant natural assets to accelerate the implementation of a low-carbon economy development that allows the country to generate inclusive and socioeconomic growth. Position itself as a regional green energy hub and contribute to the global energy transition. For the government of Mozambique, the priority areas to be developed within the scope of energy transition strategy includes a development of green industrial parks and corridors. It's important to refer that over the next decade, around 2.5 gigawatts of new generation capacity will be available with the commissioning of some new power plants like Temane, a power plant from gas-fired power plant, which will generate 450 megawatts in Inhambane province. We'll be having some solar capacity additional power plants will be having the first wind power plant, which will generate 120 megawatts in Namahasha, is in Maputo province. And we'll be also having hydroelectric power plant Mpandankua at the center of the country, which will generate 1,500 megawatts of hydropower. Coal is another resource that has a significant weight in Mozambique's export. The energy transition strategy advocates the minimizing use of it. So we do have some coal generate electricity, but for consumption in those industries that cannot be connected to the grid. So we are using our coal mostly for the exportation than to generate electricity. For electricity only, we do have those small consumption at the industry that are far from the grid. Indonesia has extensive experience in developing the gas industry, which for Mozambique it represents a great opportunity to exchange experience and learning within the scope of cooperation between the two countries. So we expect to develop our cooperation, and we believe that we can learn a lot from Indonesian experience. To conclude, I would like to share that Mozambique has been creating a legal framework to attract more investment in energy sector, prioritizing public-private partnership. Therefore, we would like to reiterate our openness to establish partnership with Indonesian companies for the development of energy sector in both countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. So Mozambique, a country with huge potential, huge aspirations, and clearly a role for Indonesia in helping the country unlock that potential. I think it'd be interesting to turn to Minister Wandai now to talk about Kenya. I mean, Kenya with 90% plus renewables on the grid is seen as a bit of a poster child for renewable energy on the continent. But I wonder if you can explain a little bit more about how the country plans to use this energy endowment, how the country plans to sort of capitalize on its renewable energy, the global demand for low carbon power and low carbon commodities, and including your geothermal power, and the critical role that Indonesia and Pertamina will play in helping you unlock this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. First, let me start by saying that Kenya, as a country, aspires to join the League of the Middle Developing and Industrialized Countries. As a matter of fact, Kenya is steadily progressing the transition to clean energy. In the energy mix, in totality, the geothermal contributes about 40%. Of course, we have other sources of this energy, including hydropower, solar, wind, and so on and so forth. The total installed capacity of energy generation is about 3,100 megawatts. As I've said, 40% of which is from geothermal. I must also hasten to add that despite this, there is a very huge potential in geothermal energy resource. Estimates put it at about 10,000 megawatts capacity, out of which about 950 or so megawatts has been installed. And that, of course, goes a long way to demonstrate or to show that we have got still a large potential, a huge potential that needs to be exploited. In the Kenyan Development Blueprint, that is Vision 2030, the country aspires to achieve 100% transition into green energy by 2030. Currently, the clean energy percent achievement is about 93%. That means, therefore, that we have got some work to do between now and 2030 to shade off the 7%, which is largely comprised of the thermal energy generation. It is in this regard, therefore, that we have found a partnership with Indonesia quite handy. As we all know, Indonesia is well developed in terms of capacity in the field of geothermal energy. In the last 1 year or so, we have had engagements at very high levels between Indonesia and Kenya, which engagement has culminated in a memorandum of understanding between our two respective ministries of energy, okay, to enable the Indonesian implementing agency, that is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, to partner with its counterpart in Kenya, that is the Geothermal Development Corporation, in a bid to develop a well-established geothermal field within the Republic of Kenya. Our intention, once this agreement is sealed, and we hope it will be sealed in the next couple of weeks, once it is sealed, it will then create room for a generation of extra geothermal energy by this partnership. And for starters, we are talking about 50 megawatts, which will progressively move to 100 megawatts, and ultimately get to 300 megawatts. That would be a substantive achievement in terms of in enhancing our base load capacity in the energy sector. So we look forward to this very exciting partnership between Kenya and Indonesia in the field of geothermal energy generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and it's great to hear about the progress. I'm going to turn now to you, Chairman Sefue, because I think Tanzania are probably the most advanced of the countries here in terms of their cooperation with Indonesia. And I wonder if you, as sort of chairman of Tanzania's Petroleum Development Corporation, could sort of just highlight some of the engagements that your country is currently having with Pertamina, as well as perhaps just updating us on the status of gas development in the country and the prospects for using that gas to drive development within Tanzania.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. And let me join my colleagues in thanking the Indonesian government for organizing this and for rekindling the spirit of Bandung. I say that because if there's one area where in today and tomorrow's world we need to rekindle the Bandung spirit is the question of energy security for Africa. We talk about income poverty, but we don't talk enough about energy poverty. Yet we know that there's no way you can fight income poverty if you don't fight energy poverty. So the solidarity between Indonesia, which has significant experience in addressing the energy challenge, with Africa, I think is a key component of a rekindled Bandung spirit. Africa has all the resources it needs to be energy secure, yet we haven't used these resources as we should. So this partnership is key, and we have already seen it working, certainly in Tanzania. It's sad, really sad, that on a per capita basis, a refrigerator or an air conditioner in the Western world consumes more power than an African. So I would really like to emphasize the importance of this cooperation. And as I said, it can work. We have seen it work. Tanzania is richly endowed with the full range of potential sources of energy, from hydro, which as of now contributes about slightly over 30% of the power in Tanzania, to natural gas, an area where we work with Petamina, and this contributes 65% of the energy we use. And we are now going in a big way also into renewables, because we also have a lot of potential for geothermal, for wind energy, for solar energy, for biomass. So the full range of those areas. And all of these are areas that are open for a partnership with our colleagues in Indonesia. Now, Petamina has an affiliate in which they are a majority shareholder, More Prom, and they're working with us in Tanzania to develop with TPDC, my company, one of the most important gas wells. And on the basis of the Bandung spirit, we could see that even the most difficult commercial negotiations become easy with the political will in both countries, and for us all being state-owned enterprises, it's easy to come into arrangements that take care of the interests of both sides, unlike the arrangements that we used to have with some of the companies from Western countries. In addition, because our aspiration is really to follow the path of Petamina in trying to use the resources we have to transform the country. And there is a lot that we in Tanzania, and certainly the whole of Africa, has to learn. And so with Petamina, they help us also in capacity building with our people, either through direct training or attachment to some of the ongoing projects to build the capacity of our people in areas, in gaps, in skills that we identify ourselves, and which is extremely important. But also, we are already engaging in discussions on new areas, on new wells that we can develop, on how to increase gas supply, and how to look at other options, including other renewables. So I can say, without any hesitation, and I really would like to thank you, Madam, because you have been extremely helpful in all the negotiations that we've had, and we just look forward to continued cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I think it's a good opportunity to turn to Secretary General Dandan. From what we've heard, we've heard Africa is a continent that's resource-rich, but sadly at the moment energy poor, and we've heard very sort of complementary things from our African guests about the role that Indonesia and Pertamina can play in helping to unlock some of that potential. I just wonder if you have any reactions to that, and then secondly, I think it'd be great to just hear what Indonesia are doing at the moment to diversify their energy mix, and in particular, sort of how they're looking to use their natural resources to drive domestic development and industrialization, particularly around electric vehicles and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you, Excellencies Minister. On behalf of Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, we'd like to welcome you all here in the island of Bali, and also looking forward for the progress of the cooperation. The first, I went to Tanzania also 2 months ago for the IAF meeting at the time, Excellency. So we are continuing with the progress of the discussion on geothermal and that part, in very particular with Tanzania, with Kenya. I think we'd like also to send my team to Tanzania, very specific for the oil and gas. That will be also happen in for the meeting, I think next week in Tanzania on that part. So this afternoon, my minister also signed the MOU with Madagascar. So actually, there are a lot of discussion as well as also the progresses on the aspect of energy, including the minerals. Yes, of course, Indonesia now currently is moving forward for the mining industry. We cannot export of our ore anymore, but we have to do it here. And I think probably the same thing also will happen also with African countries on this part. Lithium, I just heard from Mozambique, from Zimbabwe that you have a lot of mineral on this part, and probably on this idea, there are two things that I think we would like to offer. The first is to share our experience on that part. On the other is to do as the partnership. Of course, we are the country with the huge production of nickel, for example, but we are lacking in terms of lithium. So on that part, probably later on, Pak Arsad will mention also how then we can make the partnership on this in order to have more development in the energy transition, in moving to the country for the EV production, for example, or as the battery. And for us, for Indonesia, so far, we start with the diversifying of industry, of diversifying of energy in particular. In particular, we do first with how to shift the use of the oil, of the fuel, petroleum-based fuel, to the things that are locally can be produced here. Say, for example, for diesel fuel. We are agriculture-based country. We are, I think, the first producer, the largest producer in terms of the palm oil, in which palm oil is basically coming from the African countries, very specific on that part. And we have been successfully implementing the substitution of the diesel with our biodiesel, with palm oil-based fuel on this part. This year, we blend 35% of the biodiesel into the diesel fuel. Next year, I think we are now preparing to increase the percentage to be 40. And even this morning, my minister mentioned in the other forum here in Bali that he's going also to increase even more in 2026. So I think we can share this kind of the experiences that happened to us since 2006. So this is not the achievement that is only for 1 or 2 years, but it's a very long story. We have quite long experiences in dealing with people, in dealing with technology, in dealing with financing on this part, as part of Indonesia also to do the transition of energy. Yeah. Of course, for renewables, it's good to know that Indonesia is almost the country with the most complete resources in terms of renewables. My president, the President Jokowi, has stated that Indonesia will go to net zero emission in 2060. We are currently revising many regulations, including law on renewable energy. We start to work with many developed countries to see, because our experience, there are two issues at least, the technology and the financing. This is the one that we have to cooperate with in particular with the developed countries, with European, with United States, and then we join with also with JP, with UK, for example. We have very long cooperation on that part. So as Indonesia, as also other countries, we would like to see also the emission reduction on this very specific aspect for energy, but we don't want to jeopardize our economics. So we are combining this part. Indonesia is blessed with fossil fuel in particular. Our production of gas is increasing year by year. Of course, for oil, we are trying to have more discovery on this part. But we have huge resources of coal. Our coal is enough with the current production of almost 1 billion ton per year, will be last for more than 100 years to go. But still, we put our effort on how to reduce our emission reduction as part of our commitment also with the global. So I think this is the first thing that I would like to share.
Great, thank you very much. Maybe to turn to President Widiawati. So I mean, Pertamina are at the heart of a lot of the partnerships that we've heard about today. I wonder if you could talk in more detail about some of the partnerships that you have in Africa and Pertamina's sort of aspirations for cooperating much more with Africa. And then maybe also just from your perspective, what Pertamina have to offer and what actually you see as a good partner on the African side as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To be honest, I really feel that the Bandung spirit is already here in our panel discussion, how we open our challenges and opportunity, and we support each other to increase our position as an emerging market to be a developed country together. So Pertamina has expanded our business in Africa starting from 2013. So 11 years ago, we start with upstream. Why? Indonesia now is a net imported country, especially for crude. And we found that the crude from Africa is pretty much suitable with our refinery. So that's why we're looking for the block development and also production block in Africa. And now we have several blocks in 6 countries in Africa. Tanzania with TPDC, and Algeria, Angola, Namibia, Nigeria, and next maybe Kenya. Gabon existing, so 6 include Gabon. How the progress? We will extend our appreciation that so far, the support from the government for our collaboration, Tanzania, Gabon, Algeria, Nigeria, Angola, is very good. And we will now still looking for the new block or expand the capacity of our current block in upstream. Okay, the second, in our global shipping industry, now we have 64 VLCC that transport the crude. And we have 3 loading ports in Africa, Algeria, Angola, and Nigeria, with international route covering a lot of countries, Egypt, South Africa, Algeria, Nigeria, Tanzania, and so on. So we will expand also in our global shipping market. We bring the barrel home. So from our production, we bring the barrel home to support our refinery. So with the situation, we still need more time to increase the production in domestic, but we add our production from a global operation. We also now pursuing a new business expansion in Kenya, as mentioned with the Minister, James Opio. Thank you, your support so far. So actually, we are now waiting for the good news from you next week or next 2 weeks for our collaboration with GDC in a geothermal block. So we develop integrated upstream to downstream. So geothermal drilling and also the geothermal power generation in Suswa block. And we have the second block in Longonot, It's also now still in progress. Hopefully, we can start the drilling by the beginning of next year. So hopefully, we can also have the chance to the other block, the geothermal block. We believe that there is still a huge resource that we can tap together in Kenya. Kenya have a plan to build the green data center that required a huge energy supply, the green energy supply. So we'll support that one. And then we also offering the total solution, gas to power for South Africa. The gas may be coming from Mozambique, one of the options. Since we understood that South Africa will have a transition from coal power plant to gas power plant. And then, after that, if the base load is coming from the cleanest energy, just like gas power plants, and then they have an opportunity to increase the renewable energy in their system. That intermittencies, they already have a solution with the base load. So there is also the next collaboration that now we still progress to pursue. So actually, we also understood that there is still renewable energy potential. But what we offer actually is our competency, our experience on how we develop the integration upstream to downstream. I spoke to our friend in the Africa country that maybe please learn from Indonesia. We have to optimize our natural resources, energy resources, to bring the more value-added creation in Indonesia, not supply, for example, supply the gas to the other country and then the other country produce the high value-added product. So better we develop together the integrated gas to chemical, for example, gas to blue hydrogen, for example, and so that is our offering. Since in terms of the business, Pertamina have the holistic and integrated value chains for the business, starting from upstream and also the midstream and in downstream infrastructure, and also the production in terms of processing, the downstreaming industry for petroleum to petrochemical, gas to chemical, as well as that. So that's all. We open also the collaboration and to get the other opportunity for from other country. We spoke to Zanzibar that they have now also the huge potential in onshore and offshore gas and also oil and also the other country. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So a lot going on, and a lot of focus on just making sure that these countries can actually maximize the benefit of their own energy resources, and looking at the whole value chain, right, from upstream all the way to downstream. I mean, actually, it might be just useful to go back to you, Ambassador Sefue, because I know Tanzania are thinking through how they're going to use their domestic gas to actually drive development within the country. What are some of the industries and the uses of that gas that you're thinking about at the moment?
Yeah, all our options are open. We want to add value to our resource, the gas, as much as possible. One of the low-hanging fruits, I would say, is fertilizer. And I should add here, because then you have the role of the private sector also from Indonesia, because we already have signed an MOU with ESA, an Indonesian company, which is big in fertilizer. And I think we are going to have very good discussions on how we can add value to the gas. We think we have enough gas to supply the size of investment they're thinking of. So that is very good. But we look at all the other options in terms of adding value to the gas we have. Of course, besides power, because as I said, as of now, about 65% of the power in Tanzania comes from natural gas. So we really look forward to working with Indonesian, not just with Pertamina, but also with the private sector in Indonesia that have an interest in value addition in this resource that we have.
Thank you. And I think that's a great opportunity to bring in Mr. Rashid, so the head of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce. So your members and the private sector more generally have a critical role to play in actually making sure that these energy resources translate into jobs, into development, into revenues. I wonder what advice you'd have for some of the African panelists here about scaling up that private sector ecosystem. Any reflections and lessons from Indonesia, and then also any thoughts on the opportunities for Indonesian companies to actually start engaging more on the African continent?
Thank you. First of all, greetings to all our friends from Africa. I think, first of all, let me just take this. We should recognize that both Indonesia and also African countries, we are in the mood of actually building up our economy, growing our economy. For example, Indonesia, we have this ambitious plan to have an economic development of 8%. And I do believe all our friends in Africa of each country will have this economic development too. And in order to actually fuel this economic growth, first of all, I do believe that the government budgets by itself will not be able to fuel that economic growth. So the involvement of private sectors in the economic development is a key important. And this is where we do believe that in Indonesia, as an example, now the government and the private sectors are actually co-driving the economic growth in Indonesia. And this is something that we can learn from each other between Indonesia and also our friends from Africa. But then another thing that is important before saying to that is about, I think, mentioned by the Secretary General just now, and also some of the other speakers, is about energy security, which is a very key important. But at the same time, there is also energy transition, which is also important. But I think we do believe we cannot talk about energy security without talking energy transition, and we cannot talk about energy transition without talking about energy security, because energy security and energy transition is vital. Because it is important, we do want to have a better life, we have to do the transition, but at the same time, the security, energy security for each of our country is very, very important. And so this is one, I think, a learning process that we are in Indonesia now saying that we are not only doing energy transition, but we have to make sure energy security and transition. And with this, moving forward, one of the key important is actually, besides the project itself, is about financing it. How to finance this project? How to finance this project where I think we need to be able to work with all bilaterally, whether multilaterally or even regionally. So I think what we can bring from the Indonesian perspective is that how we are also in the process of educating ourselves to learn about how to get financing and to get maybe what we call creative financing, or even more than that is about blended financing, because all of this is important for all of us. So on bilateral, for example, Indonesia now is looking at, for example, Singapore Financing Asia Transition Partnership. This is where we're having that. In the regional, for example, there is what we call the G7 Asia Zero Emission Community, or AZEC, where financing is available. And also on multilateral, where we have the Just Energy Transition Partnership as an example. Those are things that we are doing in Indonesia. I think this is where also African countries should be looking at, because at the end of the day, there's so much equity we can put in, But how to finance those projects is not just equity, but the financing of it. This is where I think we can learn from each other, but we can share our experiences. But this is the key factors moving forward. But more than that, is that, again, learning in Indonesia about the public-private partnership is very, very important. This is where I think how each of us, from the private sectors and the public sectors, must recognize that there is a win-win and a lose-lose situation. We have to be able to see there is win-win, there's lose-lose. Because at the end of the day, we need to come out with a solution. And sometimes this communication between private and public sometimes is becoming, you can say, giving a different path. But this is important that we have to look at each other and to say, it takes two to tango. It takes two to be able to actually create successful projects and making sure those happens. Learning from that also is we see there is a lot of synergy between Indonesia and Africa. I think mentioned by Ibu Nika just now, there's a lot of things that we can do. Even on this energy transition, even on fuel, for example, on batteries, there are minerals that we have, there are minerals that we don't have, as mentioned. But how can we create, but with new models of co-creations, the new models of actually co-investings. That means us investing in Africa, us African in Indonesia, whereby we create these synergies. We need to create this link between Indonesia and Africa. And Indonesia can be the partner of Africa for Southeast Asia. The engine of growth today is in Southeast Asia. We do believe that. And again, we see the futures. Africa is the next engine of growth for the global situation. So this is where I think the link, south to south link, is very important. And we talk about the Bandung spirit. This is the Bandung spirit. If you speak in Bahasa, that is what we call gotong royong in Indonesian values, which means inclusive collaborations. And one more, last but not least, I would like to just say this, that in any of this development, one thing that is very important for us that we learn is that we should not forget to instill values in our economic development, such as, for example, in this development of energy, because we cannot leave anybody behind. And this is something very, very important. And again, what's very important for us is about peace. And that's how in Southeast Asia, Indonesia and all the Southeast Asian countries trying to manage this peace carefully. And this has to be done in Africa also. Because without peace, there is no economic growth, there is no development, there is no energy transition or anything. And at the end of the day, what we are all trying to do, whether in Indonesia or in Africa, is to make sure that we can make our people prosper. And that's, I think, a lot of the learning. But opportunities, I think just now Ibu Nika sees already so many opportunities from upstream to downstream to all the way, and many other things that we can actually do. And there's a lot of things from our side, private sectors, who would like to actually involve also in the development in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're getting towards the end of our time. I mean, we've explored a lot of very valuable themes. So energy security, energy transition, maintaining competitiveness whilst transitioning, the need to sort of leverage energy resources to drive domestic development, drive jobs for the benefit of your own citizens, and a lot of really, really good progress across the continent with Indonesia and the spirit of Bandung. I think I'd just like to ask all the panelists to perhaps just say some closing remarks. And I'll probably frame this as, if you could just summarize where you think that this Africa-Indonesia partnership can go in the future. Thanks very much. And maybe I'll turn to you, Ambassador Sifui, first.
Thank you very much. If I talk about Tanzania and Indonesia, I would say our partnership with, let's say, Pertamina, so far, I think this is the beginning of a long journey. which we have to travel together. And there's a lot that we can do together. As my colleague here said, not just upstream, but midstream and downstream. We have, as TPDC, we have a big project going forward about gas distribution. And we know Indonesia, they invested heavily in gas distribution in the past. This is an experience we would like to share and to work with Indonesia. But also in developing new sources of energy. So I can only say that in the spirit of Bandung, we consider this is the beginning of a long journey, as TPDC also aspires to reach the stage that Pertamina reached, that a national oil company can, over time, become a player on the global stage. So that's my aspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. President Widiawati.
So thank you. So considering the Africa, Indonesia, blessed with the huge natural resources, energy, and also the food or something like that. So we still have a lot of opportunity to strengthening our collaboration, and we can support each other to increase our GDP. Creating job is very important for us. So for Pertamina, actually we look forward. And one thing, maybe if I have giving my aspiration is, maybe it would be better if we have a same regulatory framework, so we can move forward, yeah, to pursuing the opportunity that we have. Since now maybe there's still a gap, so we have to try to fill the gap. How we can create the ecosystem to make our business more viable. So the financing that Parsad mentioned will be more not so difficult to finance our project. So the standard of regulatory framework and the policy of the industry, how to create the ecosystem of the industry itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Dadan.
Thank you. From my side, in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, I think for some part we are sharing the similar challenge as well as similar opportunities on that part. But on the other side, I think we can complement each other. In terms of mineral, for example, as I said in the beginning, that African countries are rich in terms of some minerals, in particular for lithium. That's what I heard. And Indonesia is having the experience in doing the downstreaming industry of some mineral in the part. Then I think the idea of the collaboration, the partnership on how to go to the providing industry that's supporting the industrialization is very close in the near future. This is in my opinion. So following up the visit of the President Jokowi to some countries in Europe in last year, as I said, we have the MOU with Tanzania. We did also a similar thing with Kenya. And by this, I think by having some experience in working between G2G and also B2B, Pertamina, with some other partners in African countries, that would accelerate or any economic activities in terms of the collaboration. So for example, Tanzania mentioned the idea to have the industry for downstreaming of the gas, for example, for fertilizer in this part. We have quite long experience on this specific industries. And Indonesia is also to see African country as the partner, because we are importing the huge amount of the LPG, for example. So, well, from the cooperation between G2G, and then hopefully it can go very soon to B2B. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Director Marcelina.
Thank you very much. We already established a task force with Indonesian for the bilateral cooperation in several areas. Mineral resource and energy is one of the critical areas. So we expect to strengthen our bilateral cooperation to fulfill our mandate to develop energy sector. In Mozambique, we have a very ambitious target of universal access by 2030, and also the ambitious target to become an energy hub in the region. And we have plenty of renewable energy that we would like to develop and sell to the customers and also to the region. So I believe that within the scope of cooperation with Indonesian, we can be learning from Indonesian, we can be exchange experience. As the gentleman said, it's very important also the issue of access to the finance and also the issue of energy security. Not only energy transition, but also energy security, because we need energy in our countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Minister Wandai?
Yeah, thank you very much. From where I sit, I can only see some positive prospects ahead. As a matter of fact, this engagement, in my view, is simply but the beginning of a long and exciting journey between Indonesia and Africa, and Kenya in particular. If you look at the kind of potential that exists in both Kenya and Indonesia, energy speaking, is a very, very, very good opportunity for the two countries to cooperate. And again, given the strategic positioning of Indonesia and Kenya, and in the face of the prevailing state of geopolitics, we have no option but to cooperate. We have no option but to cooperate as Indonesia and as Kenya. So our fate ties us together. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. And Mr. Rashid.
I just want to say 3 words, perhaps. Let's lift up the Bandung spirit. Let's leverage each other economic growth to actually grow together. And third is how we have to make sure that the deepening of our connectivity between Indonesia and our friends in Africa. So with that, I think let's work, because sometimes we keep talking and no work and no actions. So I think it's best for us to say, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the original premise for this panel was to explore how we can foster more Indonesia-Africa partnership. I hope it's clear that there's a lot happening already. There's a lot of enthusiasm, and this really needs to be harnessed and then scaled. I think it's clear that energy is an area of shared challenge, of shared values, of mutual interest, and it looks like the foundations for the Africa-Indonesia partnership in this space are strong. I'd like to thank all the panelists for an enriching conversation, and thank the audience as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give our round of appreciation, please, to our panelists and moderator. Let's give our applause, please. We invite you to step down. Thank you. Thank you very much. We invite you to return to your seats. Thank you.
69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes
Distinguished delegates, we will have leaders talk as well as panel discussion 8 coming up shortly, so we are inviting everyone to kindly please take your seats. Thank you.
Of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, Transforming Partnership into Prosperity. "69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our
Distinguished delegates, once again, we're inviting everyone to kindly please take your seats. We're about to begin our next leaders talk as well as panel discussion 8. Once again, we invite everyone to kindly please take your seats. Thank you.
Stakeholder partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion.
Distinguished delegates, please, kindly, we invite you to take your seats. Thank you.
Of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, Transforming Partnership into Prosperity. 69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. "69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. 69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all. From health, agriculture, technology, to energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow, our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. "69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible action to create a prosperous and sustainable future for all." From health,
We're now ready to embark on the
agriculture,
next session.
technology.
Let's welcome our next leader's talk, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Excellency Mr. Russell Miso Dlamini.
Distinguished Chairperson, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, honored guests, it is a great privilege to stand before you today on behalf of His Majesty King Mswati III, who sends his warmest regards to the President and the people of the Republic of Indonesia.
Due to significant cultural commitments back home in the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Majesty could not be here in person, but he extends his deepest appreciation. We are also sincerely grateful to the government of Indonesia for the warm welcome and warm hospitality and the wonderful reception extended to our delegation since our arrival in Bali. Today we gather to discuss the service sector, a crucial engine of growth and employment globally. This sector, which produces intangible goods and services, spans industries such as healthcare, entertainment, financial services, ICT, maintenance, repairs, training, and consulting, making it the largest employment sector worldwide. In Eswatini, we have seen significant growth in our service sector over the past decade, particularly in financial services, telecommunications, and healthcare. This progress is a testament to both proactive government policies and the natural evolution of our economy. Since independence, our government has prioritized investments in tertiary education, focusing on fields including social sciences, humanities, and commerce, which have traditionally led to employment in the public sector. Education and health remain top priorities, commanding a significant portion of our national budget annually. These investments have yielded a high-skilled workforce that forms the backbone of our thriving service sector. To attract more foreign direct investment, we have implemented measures to create a more conducive business environment. We have established a one-stop business center at the Royal Science and Technology Park with plans for a comprehensive one-stop business portal to reduce bureaucracy and simplify business registration, licensing, and compliance. To further entice foreign companies, we offer attractive investment incentives, including tax breaks, factory shells, and other supportive mechanisms. However, as we continue to nurture expertise in finance, healthcare, education, and engineering, we face the reality of global economic challenges and a shrinking job market. Eswatini now produces more graduates than our domestic market can absorb. Fortunately, as an English-speaking nation, our graduates are finding opportunities abroad, contributing significantly in countries such as Taiwan, the United Kingdom, South Africa, and beyond. We see this talent pool as an asset, and we are keen to leverage it to attract more foreign direct investment. We are actively seeking collaborations with educational institutions in Indonesia and beyond for specialized industry-focused training programs. Aligning education with market needs through industry-academia partnerships is a key strategy for us. We are focused on establishing vocational training centers, particularly in increasing relevant sectors such as tourism, renewable energy, the Internet of Things, and information technology. Additionally, we are implementing national skills development programs with international partners to ensure our workforce remains competitive in high-demand areas. We would welcome collaboration with Indonesia in this regard to explore various models of cooperation for mutual benefit. While Eswatini may not have vast coastlines, we are rich in cultural heritage, resilience, and an unyielding spirit that defines our nation. As a land-linked country bordered by economic giants like South Africa and Mozambique, we see our geography not as a limitation, but as an opportunity. Our unique offerings, cultural festivals, wildlife reserves, and ecotourism opportunities present significant potential in the tourism sector. We are eager to partner with investors to develop luxury eco-lodges and adventure tourism facilities that cater to high-spending tourists. We enjoy significant market access to Africa and beyond through agreements under the Southern African Development Cooperation, SADC, Common Market for East and Southern Africa, COMESA, the African Continental Free Trade, as well as market penetration into European and American markets through bilateral agreements. It therefore stands to reason that any investor into the kingdom will, by extension, enjoy that access. Our Tingundla system of government, which blends Western and traditional governance, has created a stable and peaceful country built on integrity, strong communal values, and warm hospitality. This unique governance model empowers us to forge our own path and has fostered a thriving private sector and an environment conducive to innovation. To build our global image, we are launching targeted public relations campaigns to showcase our stability, growth potential, and strategic location. By highlighting success stories from foreign investors and through our agile policies, which recognizes companies contributing to our economic development, we are signaling that Eswatini is open and ready for business. Excellencies, in recent years, our services sector has undergone a significant transformation. The financial services sector has become a gateway to inclusion, expanding access to banking, insurance, and mobile payments across the kingdom. Our telecommunications infrastructure, exemplified by our cutting-edge science and technology park, ensures that every citizen and business is equipped to succeed in an evolving world. To sustain this momentum, we have recently updated key policies, such as, one, the industrial policy for Eswatini of 2023 to 2033, which aligns with our national development goals and aims to fast-track industrial development and enhance competitiveness. Two, the investment policy, designed to create a more conducive environment for both domestic and foreign investors, driving economic growth, diversification, and sustainable development. Three, the Trading Licenses Amendment Act, which streamlines business processes to encourage entrepreneurship and investment. And four, the Shop Hours Act, which introduces flexibility to meet modern economic demands while respecting our cultural traditions. These initiatives mark just the beginning. We are committed to further investing in digital infrastructure, enhancing regulatory frameworks, and prioritizing skills development and training. Through public-private partnerships, we are fostering innovation and improving service delivery, positioning Eswatini as a hub of excellence in the services sector. Excellencies, Eswatini recognizes the need for sector-specific interventions in trade in services. We have identified key areas where we believe our country can excel. One, tourism and hospitality. Eswatini's rich cultural heritage and natural beauty, position it as a prime destination for tourism. We aim to further develop our ecotourism offerings, expand our cultural tourism portfolio, and collaborate with international travel and hospitality firms, leveraging technology to enhance the visitor experience through advanced booking platforms and virtual tourism options is also a priority. We are committed to promoting our tourism industry rigorously and are keen to collaborate in establishing hospitality schools. The second area is information and communication technology, ICT. The digital age offers vast opportunities for Eswatini to become a regional leader in ICT services. We are investing heavily in broadband expansion and cybersecurity to attract global IT firms and enable the export of ICT services, including software development, digital content creation, and business process outsourcing. The third area is health services. We see potential in developing a niche market in healthcare services, particularly in telemedicine and medical tourism. By forming partnerships with international healthcare providers, we aim to offer specialized treatments as well and wellness services to attract patients from across Africa and beyond. With regards to the educational services, we are exploring opportunities to expand our educational services through distance learning programs, vocational training, and partnerships with international universities. Eswatini's emphasis on STEM education and innovation will be a driving force in exporting educational expertise and services. As we move forward, international cooperation will remain vital. Indonesia, with its vibrant and diverse services sector, is a valuable partner. By collaborating, we can share knowledge, expertise, and experiences to benefit both nations. Whether through technology transfer, tourism development, or educational exchanges, the potential for collaboration is immense. We also encourage the establishment of incubators and accelerators in partnership with universities to support tech startups and drive innovation. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the services sector is indeed the backbone of Eswatini's economy, key to our sustained growth and prosperity. It is integral in driving job creation, investment, and innovation. By continuing to enhance our services infrastructure, we unlock the full potential of our economies. Our advancements in financial services support entrepreneurship and attract investment, while our progress in telecommunications fuels technological innovation. Our strong commitment to education and healthcare ensures that we have a skilled and healthy workforce poised to meet future challenges. By building on our progress, implementing forward-thinking policies, and embracing international partnerships, we are unlocking new opportunities and driving our nation towards a brighter, more prosperous future. Thank you for your attention and for your unwavering commitment to advancing Africa's economic and social development. Together, let us stay true to the Bandung spirit and work collectively towards achieving Africa's Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful, setting the stage for deeper economic ties and resulting in significant business deals and agreements. The bond between our nations has grown stronger with each exchange between our leaders, delivering concrete results that meet the real needs of our people. Building up from all of these endeavors, Indonesia proudly welcomes you to the High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, where we garner global discussions and transform the robust political bond of the Bandung Spirit into tangible
Let's thank
action
Your
to create
Excellency
a
for
prosperous and
gracing us with your presence. Thank you very much.
agriculture, technology, two energy cooperations that promise a cleaner tomorrow. Our collaboration spans numerous sectors. Together, Indonesia and African countries have managed to secure potential concrete deliverables valued at over $3.5 billion that will mark another milestone of collaboration and cooperation for now and the future to enhance the attainment of Africa's Agenda 2063. At the heart of our partnership are the people of Africa and Indonesia. Our youth brimming with ideas and aspirations are the driving force behind our economic transformation and technological advancements. Welcome to High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships and the second Indonesia-Africa Forum, Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, transforming partnership into prosperity. "69 years ago, Indonesia became the cradle of the Bandung Spirit, a movement that emphasized sovereignty, equal partnership, justice, and cooperation. Leaders from Asia and Africa stood together, paving the way for a future built on shared values and mutual respect. Indonesia remains steadfast as the equal partner of Africa. The first Indonesia-Africa Forum in 2018 and the Indonesia-Africa Infrastructure Dialogue in 2019 were monumentally successful.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's now continue to our next program, the finale for this day. The theme is Nutrition and Food Security, Strategies for Sustainable Development in Africa and Indonesia. And to moderate this important panel, please welcome Agriculture, Technology and Policy Advisor, Tony Blair Institute, Dr. Lilian Dungu. And also, please join her on stage, Minister of State for Fisheries Uganda, Her Excellency Adoa Helen, Head of National Food Agency Indonesia, His Excellency Arif Prasetyo Adi, Secretary General of Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, Mr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Chief Marketing Officer of PT Perkebunan Indonesia 3 Persero, Bapak Dwi Sutoro, CEO Bitco Africa, Kenya, Mr. Vimal Shah, President Director of Sinar Mas Agro Resources and Technology Indonesia, Mr. Mr. Iwan Tirta Riyadi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our round of applause. Panel discussion finale for the day. Madam Moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this important session on nutrition and food security, and especially focusing on strategies for sustainable development for Africa and Indonesia. My name is Dr. Lilian Dungu, and in the last 17 years, I have been supporting governments and enterprises to address critical challenges in agriculture and food security. And at the Tony Blair Institute of Global Change, I'm privileged to support governments in achieving their strategic priorities by strengthening policies, systems, and an enabling environment for agriculture innovation and technologies, as well as defining the role of private sector in delivering agricultural development. And TBI is established in 20 countries in Africa, including the Asia Pacific, and we draw on our networks and extensive footprint in both regions to facilitate interregional collaboration to drive change. As we start this session, I'd like to provide an overview before we begin with the panel. Food security remains a complex and pressing issue, and it's being influenced by factors such as fluctuating food prices, varying agricultural productivity, and the lingering effects of the COVID pandemic. These challenges have greatly impacted food accessibility, nutrition, and the overall stability of the food systems in both regions, highlighting the need for integrated solutions. Strengthening agriculture resilience, fostering innovation in farming, food processing, and building partnerships are crucial for achieving sustainable food production. This panel will focus on ways to enhance agriculture resilience, drive innovation, facilitate trade and investment, and build strong partnerships. The collaborative efforts between Indonesia and Africa could center on joint research, technology transfer, capacity building initiatives which will help agriculture sectors in both regions. The partnerships between these two regions offer significant opportunities to address food security challenges more effectively, and facilitating trade and investment in agriculture, improving market access and financial resources can really stimulate economic growth while ensuring food availability and affordability, as well as the need to enhance infrastructure such as transport networks, storage facilities, which is key to reducing post-harvest losses and improving food distribution efficiency. Additionally, knowledge exchange programs leveraging on Indonesia's experience in agriculture development and food security can benefit African countries and promote mutual learning and strengthening local capacities. And now I'd like to welcome my panel, and I will start off the questions with Her Excellency Helen Adoa, the Minister of State for Fisheries in Uganda. Your Excellency, when you think about gender mainstreaming being integrated into the development and implementation of food systems and nutrition policies, learning from Uganda and as the parliamentarian representative for Serele women in Uganda, what lessons can you share with the audience?
Thank you, Your Excellencies, senior honorable ministers, senior officials, business community, ladies and gentlemen. As she has said, I'm Helen Adoa. I'm a Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in Uganda, in charge fisheries. Uganda, as it's called, it's a pearl of Africa because of its beauty and 2 seasons of agriculture. Even during the COVID shock, Uganda remains stable with its economy because of agriculture, and 80% of Uganda is employed by agriculture, and the economy that we enjoy is from agriculture. Now, what can we share with you? There are many things we would share, but because I want to go straight to the question, the best we can have to secure the food and food security for Indonesia and the Africa Forum is to interest the investors to trade and invest in Uganda. On the side of agriculture, we have dairy, and many schools today are starving children because they don't have what to give them. And yet nutrition is the way to go for children. and you can only have one-stop center in Uganda. With the milk which we get, we have milk in Uganda going to the tune of 5.2 billion liters annually. And we can have that packed, we can have that in a powdered form. In ice cream, we can have it in cold chains. You can invest, and I can assure you investors, Uganda is the only country that you cannot pay taxes when you are an investor. We have tax holidays for investors, and you can have machinery, new machinery in Uganda without being taxed. So we have dairy products, we have meat and meat products, we have coffee, instant coffee. Indonesia has a lot of tourists, and it's only Uganda where you can get this instant coffee, the tea, you can enjoy this. We have a lot of fruits, organic fruits, like avocado, which we give 82.14 million tons annually. 664 bananas, millions in tons. We have mangoes, fresh mangoes. And I can assure you, Uganda is the only country with the best pineapples in the whole world. And we give 86.5 million tons. So you can bank on us with the construction of cold chain, irrigation equipment, tractors, vaccines for our animals, chemicals, banking, and all this. I'm happy one of our investors is here, Bidico Products for oil palm. He can give a testimony with the time. So, but also, just as I end, I want to interest investors, especially Indonesia and other parts of Africa. You can trust a woman in Uganda. And if you trust a woman, you would have had nutrition in every household. In Uganda, our president has made sure that a woman is a vice president. A speaker of parliament is a woman. A woman vice president, a woman speaker, minister of education is a woman, minister of health is a woman, minister of energy is a woman. And I can tell you, you cannot have food security and nutrition without other infrastructure like electricity, taking the food and milk to all corners. You need electricity, you need roads, you need water, you need other areas, so you can invest across. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. 3 things that are coming out from your feedback. 1, we need to empower women. 2, collaborations and partnerships are welcome between Indonesia and Uganda. Uganda is welcoming everyone to invest and build the agriculture sector. And next, we'll continue this conversation with Your Excellency, Ariel Prasetyo Adi, the head of National Food Agency in Indonesia. I would first begin and building on your experience and your successful leadership in coordinating the largest simultaneous movement of affordable food across Indonesia. What are the National Food Agency's key priorities for ensuring continued food security and affordability in the country?
Thank you, Lillian. Excellencies, ministers of the IAF countries, distinguished speakers, and moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Food Agency is assigned directly under Mr. President Joko Widodo supervision based on Presidential Regulation number 66, 2021. To implement its duties and functions, National Food Agency has 3 deputies. That the first is for food availability and stabilization. The second one, focus on food and nutrition vulnerability. And the third one is the focus on dietary diversification and food safety. Our vision is to achieve the realization on inclusive, resilient, and sustainable national food system governance to achieve food security based on sovereignty and food self-sufficiency. Then for the next year, in order to achieve goal, which is to improve food security based on food sovereignty and independence, priorities are given to three critical aspects, which also the concern of the President-elect, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, through the Asta Cita program, continuing the leadership of the current President Joko Widodo. Food availability. In order to achieve fulfillment of food availability as well as maintaining food prices between time and regions. The next is food accessibility. In order to attain reduction of food vulnerable area as well as reduction of food waste. And the rest is food utilization in order to attain increase in food consumption based on the recommended target as well as assurance on the quality and safety of the fresh food. Those targets are achieved by implementation of various programs, provision of recommendation on food availability and needs, food reserve, control food prices, and the producers and consumer levels. In this context, the government has issued presidential regulation also, number 125, that concerning government food reserve implementation. Policy recommendations on food and nutrition vulnerability and awareness, food aid in the context of preventing and controlling food and nutritionally vulnerability, utilization of food before wasted. Furthermore, in preventing and reducing food loss and waste, Indonesia highlights cross-sectoral collaboration and creating platforms involving three pillars of strategic actors: food providers or donors, food hub, and also the beneficiaries or recipients. We also created food rescue movement, initiated from 2022 at central level, continue in 12 provinces and now become 15 provinces. We also concerned about the achievement of the vegetable and fruit consumption, tuber, as well as animal-based protein as being recommended, utilization of quality and safety standard of the fresh food, increasing standardized food safety and quality institution, increasing assurance of food safety and quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, building on what Honorable Esther Ador said, what opportunities do you see for strengthening this collaboration with Africa, building on the mandate that you've just talked about for the National Food Agency?
Lillian, as food security involves a multifaceted nature, achievement would require multi-stakeholder collaboration between, NFA, National Food Agency has synergy and collaboration with all the pentahelix, academia, business, government, community, and media. And then Indonesia plays an active role in strengthening food security by participating in international initiatives. Both regional and multilateral agendas, such as in ASEAN, we have a Food Security Reserve Board, and ASEAN +3 for the Emergency Rice Reserve, ASEAN Ministers on Agriculture and Forestry, IAF, APEC, of course, and Codex Alimentarius Commission. And furthermore, Indonesia is actively engaged in collaboration with Food and Agriculture Organization and also IFAD and WFP. The NFA can offer value insights into its implementation of the food security initiative, such as diverse, nutritionally balanced, also safe diet. We call it in Indonesia B2SA, beragam, bergizi, seimbang, dan aman, and food loss and waste management. By sharing these experiences, we can provide African counterparts with actionable policy recommendations. Furthermore, the NFA and contributes its expertise in developing food security indicators like food security and vulnerability atlas, and also food and nutrition insecurity early warning system we built in Indonesia already. This knowledge exchange can foster capacity building, and enhance food security outcomes in Africa. And moreover, Indonesia is one of the highest biodiversity countries. So it is an honor to display local Indonesian food products. As Excellency mentioned, bananas, mango, we have all the things in Indonesia, pineapples and other tropical fruits, as well as marine resources such as tuna, skipjack, mackerel, octopus, and their processed products. And we can also explore collaboration, explore opportunities, and contribute to the economic growth in both regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And continuing this discussion, based on your suggestion that we need to trade experiences, we move on to Vimal Shah, the CEO of Bidco Africa. And Bidco has an extensive portfolio of brands in the sector, in edible oils, hygiene, personal care, food and beverages. And looking at your portfolio, you mentioned that we need to go beyond conversation to action. And so in the Badung spirit of transforming partnerships into prosperity, and especially in strengthening the South-South cooperation, what do you think needs to happen in order for us to build these dialogues into action?
Thank you, Lillian. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it goes, like I say, it goes beyond NATO. NATO means no action, talk only. I think the key issue is we've got a lot to learn. The Bandung spirit is something that's important. We were all colonized before, now we are all free. And the last 69 years, we've been free. In Africa, we've been 60 years odd. But we haven't let go of a lot of things. And I think we've been potential in Africa for a long time. I'll give you some statistics. We have today 17% of the world's population living in Africa. But we have only 3% of the wealth of the world. Only 8% of the world's food supply is being brought in from Africa. So there's a shortfall, there's a gap there, and therefore we are net importers of a lot of basic food products. Despite us, and I say the fact, despite us having enough land. The McKinsey's report talks about 60% of unused arable land staying in Africa. So we are our own enemies in Africa, and I think that's something important. What do we learn from Indonesia? I think the important thing is the opportunity to learn from Indonesia is how they did it. I think many years ago, if I talk about oil or palm oil, I think Indonesia learned from Malaysia, right? And Malaysia also learned from Africa because the first palm tree in the world was from Africa. And yet we haven't got the same type of scale and scope that we need to have. So I think the opportunity is immense, if I put it that way. all we have to do is create PPPP, people, public, private partnerships coming together, where there's a role for the people to be smallholder farmers, there's a role for the private sector to have large nucleus estates in Africa, as well as government facilitating a lot of the infrastructure, the taxation issues, and making land available for plantations. Food, when we talk about food and nutrition, without land being made available for specific agriculture, competitive agriculture, it's not going to be possible. And I think it's got to be done by the large scale leading it up and the smaller scale following it up. And really, we have a lot of issues around land. So the opportunity is to learn, to collaborate. Now, if I look at the geopolitics, and allow me to speak about geopolitics, today the world's supply chains are concentrated. The world's palm oil is only produced by Malaysia and Indonesia. 50 million tons by Indonesia, and 20 million tons by Malaysia. So that's where the whole world supply comes from. We've got to learn from the Russian-Ukraine war and the Gaza war again, whereby supply chains can be disrupted. And therefore, if you see what happened to Ukraine, the entire supply chain of the world market was disrupted and prices went haywire. So we've got to look at that differently. And I think Africa provides, in my opinion, a serious virgin territory for the expertise that sits here in Indonesia. And it's not going to be, I'm sorry to say this, it's not going to be the Europeans who've had us for 60 years after decolonizing us. It's got to be the Asian, it's got to be the South-South cooperation where we can actually work together because we come from similar avenues. And I think this is where we can look at collaborate, partner, smart partnerships between us. Government's role in Africa has to be, you know, we have 55 countries in Africa. So Africa is not one country. So a lot of people in Indonesia, when I talk to them, haven't been to Africa, haven't been to Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, or Nigeria, or whatever. We need to get them to visit and see the vast potential. So I just think that potential into action is only by smart partnering.
Thank you very much. And what are the regulatory framework requirements that needs to happen to enable these collaborations to be more effective?
Yeah, so that's a very simple question to answer. In Africa, we've got to allow food production, we've got to allow nutrition to start becoming locally produced, right? Uganda is a fantastic example of a PPPP, public-private partnership, and we're proud to say we partnered with them. But amazing bananas, pineapples, as we say. We don't need to export to Indonesia, but we need to collaborate how to make this available to the whole of Africa. There are spots in Africa which Sahara Desert is there, and then all north of that is dry, and it's not going to be producing food. But south of that, which we call sub-Saharan Africa, the opportunity there is massive. And I think the government regulations out there need to say, allow people to come in. Let's bring in technical expertise from wherever, start applying it there, and then stop taxing these sort of things. Have more value addition in Africa. Our coffee goes and becomes Nescafe from Switzerland. We export the most of the coffee from East Africa. Our cocoa, goes from Ghana and West Africa and becomes Belgian chocolates or Swiss chocolates. And really the product has originated from where? So the same way as palm oil has been donated by Africa to the world, can we bring it back? Can we do a lot more agriculture? So regulatory, I think governments need to learn how they've done it. I think the food agency here, you can show us and we can learn from them how to regulate, rather than put in roadblocks for our private sector to start operating or foreigners to start operating. We don't have any problems there. I think this is where we need to say deregulate until there are certain size, and then of course start talking about it. However, sustainability is important. So regulation-wise, sustainability is given. In Nairobi, where I come from, we have the United Nations Environment Program housed there. It's a global headquarters there. And we actually provide a lot of sustainability practices in Africa. It's not, we do it very unscrupulously. But those sort of things are important. Second thing is standards. Setting the standards very high. Being globally competitive is important. The regulations in African countries need to be such that they do not impose any extra tax or any extra cost to the production, and therefore we become globally competitive. Frankly, Africa can provide food for the entire Western world.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to Mr. Irwan Tirtia, President Director of Sinarmas Agro Resources and Technology here in Indonesia. And we've talked about trading experiences and sharing best practices on regulations that actually provide an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. And you mentioned having had extensive experience in the Indonesian palm oil industry, that you also have extensive experience exporting the palm oil to Africa. What lessons can we learn from your experience in Africa?
Thank you, Leland. Distinguished guest speakers, I think the benefit of palm oil to the global food security, I think, is never be understated. I think palm oil, together with the other vegetable oil, provide the food security to the whole population, 8.2 billion. Despite the food, the land coverage only 8%, I think palm oil supply about 40% of the global vegetable supply. Yeah? So I think the productivity that palm oil produce outperform any other vegetable oil. So I think that's the important point. So coming back to the Indonesia and Africa, together our population is about 1.7 billion. Both have a youth demography, growing population. So I think both need to address the food security issue carefully. But I think there's a lot of potential that palm oil can do for Africa. Same thing like palm oil has been developing Indonesian food security and also creating jobs and also the Indonesian economy. So what I would like to share as well, I think we have some invested in Liberia and have some footprint of a palm oil plantation in Liberia. So I think, like Mr. Shah just now mentioned, I think I agree totally that I think palm oil for investor like us need a very long-term investment. It's one cycle is 25 years plantation age, right? So I think we very closely between the government and the private and the people to carefully allow the potential of the palm oil potential in Africa, in the country in Africa. Our experience is in West Africa. Right climate, have enough labor supply, have enough rains. So what we need is I think a proper planning. Sometimes we downplay the importance of having a good infrastructure. So I think for every 1,000 hectares of plantation, we have to build internal road about 43 kilometers. Yeah, so I think we have to take care of that. So I think we have to rely on the government to provide infrastructure to build the fruit and the CPO for the processing and then for transportation to the next supply chains. So I think the keyword is, in my opinion, I think to realize the potential of palm oil in a few African countries is one is the proper planning, proper commitment in terms of the infrastructure and the smallholder financing, and also I think establishing a good partnership between the government, private sectors, and the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your organization is a leader in agribusiness technology. What role do smart technologies play in your strategies to improve food security and enhance sustainability in your operations?
Yeah, I think there are two. I think the people. So I think in our experience, I think when we started the project in Liberia about 15 years ago, so I think we bring people to Indonesia, train them, and then also I think transfer the knowledge. So I think they become leaders in it. So I think that's very important. The second one also, of course, I think the technology of this. I think for palm oil, I think we put the right seedling and that it will supporting our operation for the next 25 years. So I think we have to put the right bet, to put the right technology in place to make sure that I think the investment, I think, be successful. So also I would like to emphasize also about the sustainability. So I think once I think players like Indonesia, Malaysia becoming part of the global trade organization for the palm oil,
I think round tables of sustainable palm oil is very crucial in making sure that I think all investment are moving into the right direction and sustainably. Yeah? So I think when the leaders in the African countries try to promote the development of palm oil industry, I think this area should not be neglected as well.
Thank you very much. A lot of insights from you to the African countries and the leaders in terms of optimizing production and trade. Next, we go to Mr. Dwi Sutoro, the Chief Marketing Officer of PTPN here in Indonesia. And PTPN is one of the largest state-owned plantation companies, and mainly it operates in producing palm oil, among other products. Now, we have the land in Africa. You have the technologies in Indonesia. How do we bridge the gap to support this collaboration, to facilitate a fruitful collaboration?
Thanks, Lillian, for the question. Good afternoon for distinguished guests and speakers. Allowing me to start by, before addressing the question, just to introduce a little bit our company, little bit on that one. So as mentioned that our company PTPN is one of the biggest factory plantation in Indonesia at the moment. Just to build the context that we currently manage around 1.1 million hectare land in Indonesia, and as we can compare that now we are in the island of Bali, so it's mean almost double of Bali Island. Also, like in Africa, maybe like comparable with Gambia, which is 1.05 million hectare. The second one is also that I would like to mention that PTPN, not like Sinarmas, is a private company, and we are as 100% shares owned by government of Indonesia. As a state-owned enterprise, we have two function or dual function that we have to run together. One, of course, as a value creator, we have to generate financial performance as good as possible. But the second one, we have to be as agent of development, carrying the program of the key important program from the government. So as a value creator, of course, currently we have to contribute into the revenue of the government of the state. Currently, just to build the context that we absolutely 3.3 billion revenue annually for the business. And then for agent of development, we also support smallholders plantation. So in Indonesia, we managing around, on top of the 1.1 million hectare, we have also managed the smallholder plantation around 450,000 hectare called plasma. That is the additional task that we have to carry together as a part of the state-owned enterprise. The second one also with talking about the business of plantation, we have to be ready talking about like palm. Maximal is on talking about the productivity. The plantation stay up to say 25, maximal 30 years. So we have to be ready with how to rejuvenate the plant. So that's also our task, the program to rejuvenate the 60,000 hectare of the plantation that currently owned by the smallholders. So with the dual role like this, of course, there is not difficulty, but this is the challenge for us a company to grow and also to contribute to the communities. So answering your question back to the how actually related to the statement from Vimal, which is how to close the gap, especially from the supply part. Because you mentioned speaking especially about the palm, like 90% is coming from two countries. But actually, the potential is there in Africa to grow the supply piece from Africa. So how we can contribute on that one? First, talking about technology transfer, definitely. The second one is more important after this is on capability building. So how we can contribute on that one? So a part of the company that we have to run the business, but actually also we have the quite massive capability and expertise called Indonesia Oil Palm Research Institute. This is actually quite well known or like recognize a leader of palm oil research in Indonesia, as it is actually subsidiary of PTPN Group. The capability that we can offer of this company or this subsidiary of PTPN, first starting from the land survey and feasibility study on the potential to make the potential becoming the reality and the opportunity to the business. The second one is on the agronomic excellence and development. The third is talking about plant breeding, genetic improvement, and then sustainability plantation management. Also, we have also the capability on the processing, refining, optimization, certification compliance, climate adaptation and resilience, and also one thing that on this business, we cannot forget about smallholders. So how we grow together with smallholder, just built in the context in Indonesia, smallholder contribute around, say, 40% of the total business of plantation. Because they, like total plantation, if I'm not mistaken, in Indonesia for palm, only for palm is around 16 million. And then they contribute for the smallholder is around 40% of it is actually land that managed by the smallholders. No matter the program to improve the productivity, sustainability, etc., we cannot leave behind the smallholder because they are the one is actually contribute quite a lot into the journey of this business. Speaking about Africa, it is just could be that also if we have to grow or build the capability in Africa on the plantation, maybe not only in the big company investing in Africa, but also we have to grow the smallholder around the company in Africa as well. I think that's one that can be developed together or sharing who we can go to that one. Last one is market access. Yeah, knowing that Indonesia is the biggest producer of the palm, speaking about that we produce for our own market, definitely that our market will absorb this, but unlikely that we have to export. If we go into the high level of productivity, we have to get a new market, we have to grow the market. Because if we go to say at the moment that the challenge for the new market, especially beyond Indonesia, Malaysia, Asia, Africa, there is a lot of challenges on that one to grow the market. If we can build together on the sustainability aspect, on the anything, including the how to penetrate on the new market later on, I think if we can start from the beginning, we can also contribute together, build the capability together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have the land, we have the technology, we have an idea of the mechanisms that need to be established in order to facilitate or to actualize the collaboration and strengthen the collaboration for agriculture production and trade between our continent and Indonesia. But already we have the Secretary General of the Council of Palm Oil Producing Countries, Mr. Rizal Lukman, and you have already explored collaborations and expanding membership to the CPOPC with African countries, Ghana, New Guinea, and other regions such as Honduras and Colombia. Now, what are the challenges that you have faced in expanding this cooperation into Africa? And what is the opportunities for the future of the palm oil production and industry?
Thank you very much, Dr. Lilian. Good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is already mentioned that the palm oil has been recognized originally from West Africa. That's true. And I think because of two kinds of oil that African continent has been blessed. The first oil is on top, which is palm oil, which is, I think, potentially can be improved, can be increased. The second bless is underground. I think because of the crude oil, African countries perhaps forgot in maintaining the palm oil, because Indonesia trade with Nigeria, for example, having negative deficit because we are importing Indonesia a lot from Nigeria. But at the same time, Indonesia also exporting palm oil to Nigeria. So I think Indonesia previously as the net oil exporting country, but now Indonesia, because of the domestic consumption is very huge, then becoming net oil importing countries, importing from African countries including. But Indonesia at the same time also can manage to become the largest palm oil producing country, together with Malaysia, account for 84%. So the two countries has established Council Palm Oil Producing Country, which is, we are currently encouraging some African countries, including, as you mentioned, Ghana becoming observer country, just about to join and in transition toward the full member. Colombia as well as Papua New Guinea. I think the potency in increasing the productivity is very huge in Africa, because currently the average yield in Africa, relatively speaking, lower than the average in the world. So meaning that there is still room for improvement, increasing, and even based on the business as usual trajectory of the current production rate, as well as also the current domestic consumption rate, I calculated that the self-sufficiency for the palm oil in African continent can be achieved within 48 years. So meaning that in 2032 will be achieved self-sufficiency for the palm oil without any support, without any collaboration from other part of the world. But the Council of Palm Oil Producing Country offer to Nigeria, to Uganda, to as well as Ghana. Uganda is the highest, Excellency Ministers. Although only 44 million ton the production, but having yield is tremendous, the highest among the African countries. So I think we should also learn the African countries from Uganda. So, yeah, so we should appreciate. And we are in the council actually is having the capacity building for the members. So we are offering some capacity building. We have international workshop for the smallholders in exchanging their experience, how to improve the productivity, how to do the good agricultural practices, and so on and so on. So I think if I simulated this with the replanting program and the modest expansion of the plantation, I calculated that the African continent can achieve the self-sufficiency of palm oil within 16 years in 2040. I'm very confident with the experience from Uganda as well as from the capacity that extended by my colleague from Sinarmas as well as from PTPN in doing research. We can offer the collaboration with African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so looking at this discussion, we've seen that Africa and Uganda specifically, but I'll talk about Africa, is willing. And we have the land, and Uganda and Indonesia has the technology. And we also talked about the need for having regulations that do not create additional barriers to the private sector's capacity to thrive and support the sector. And we've also seen that we need to increase productivity. It's not just about producing, but also increasing productivity sustainably. And we also need to consider self-sufficiency. You have said that if we optimize our production, we can achieve self-sufficiency by 2040. And for this to happen, we need smart partnerships, we need cooperation, we need the infrastructure, and we need to make sure that we don't forget the smallholder. Now, as we come closer to the end of this session, I'd like to give the panelists a chance to give us a key takeaway, a key message for our governments and our stakeholders to know before they leave this room as part of defining the way forward. And we'll go in order of the way we are seated. So over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Lillian. I will use this opportunity actually to strengthen the need of the important position of smallholders. Basically, one of the points that we see, I think in Indonesia, also I guess also in many places in Africa, is on the lacks of access to the formal banking service. Because like or not, when we grow the business, not talking about the capacity of the government and also capacity of the big company, but smallholder in the way to give the opportunity and build the capability to smallholders, banking capacity, access to assess the banking, get the access of financial support from the banking institution is very important on that one. And also I think it is relevant not only in Indonesia in the last 10 years, but also could be in Africa, that many areas that we have to consider that angle. Thank you.
Dr. Lillian, as the world is now facing challenges, issues, it is a great honor to have this platform that focusing on sharing experiences and collaboration related to the economic transformations, energy and mining, food, of course, health security, and development cooperation. We hope that it will enrich us with ideas to formulate strategic steps as well as produce concrete actions by opening and maximizing potential between the two. So the point is execution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lillian and the audience. As I said, Uganda as the product. Do you have the technology? Can you do the infrastructure? We have it all. In my sector, fisheries, we don't have a single fish factory. Can you make feeds? Because we have it, but we don't have the feeds for the fish. And 80% goes back to the feed. Why not do the feed in Uganda, and we can have this nutrition from Uganda? I conclude by inviting you. I conclude by interesting you to trade and invest with us, especially invest in a woman, invest in nutrition. You would have invested in food security. I thank you as I look forward in working with you and giving you the product as you give us the technology. Thank you very much.
My last word is please join the Council of Palm Oil Producing Country for all the African palm oil producing, and the Council can bring back the glory of Africa as the palm oil exporting continent. Secondly, also to prepare with the global challenges in the trade regulation, including the EUDR in producing the sustainable palm oil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's a nice conclusion to say that Africa, with its current population and the future population in 2050, it's going to be 2.5 billion people. the demand and the production, the gap is big. Today we produce about 7 million tons of oils, sunflower, soybean, palm, all that together, and the demand is 24 million tons. So Africa has a shortfall right now of about 16 million tons of product, which is it's importing right now. However, the land is available, the sun is available, the people are available, and now we have the brain power available. And the third thing is governments are willing to talk. So I would just say one thing. Africa has no choice but to get into production and start looking at local production, local value addition. It is available. With or without Indonesia, it's going to happen. The question is, you have an opportunity right now because we're here in Indonesia, and I think these ministers and also presidents have come here. So really, it's like the first mover status. So I would just say that, to all Indonesians, you have the know-how, the do-how, and we have the will on the other side. So the demand-supply equation is going to be met. However, it is that African governments need to make sure they invite you with a red carpet and with open arms rather than putting impediments to you. And I think that's going to happen by hook or by crook in terms of we have no choice but to become self-sufficient. So I would just say it's opportunity. If you wear the specs of opportunity, you see opportunity. If you don't wear the specs of opportunity, you see only hurdles. I would just say Africa is open. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I strongly believe that palm oil provides a golden opportunity for Africa. Yeah, it comes from there. I think it will grow nicely because it's a native plant from Africa, right? So, but I think to build industrial palm oil industry is a different story, right? It needs careful, multi-stage proper planning. It requires a good public-private partnership and also a commitment to build infrastructure. So I would like to reiterate that number 3 is a very important factors based on our experience operating in Africa. Infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. So I think that will my advice to the government leaders and excellencies that listen to this forum. Thank you.
I just had one thing here, Lillian. One thing to add to that. Palm oil is a 10, 20-year project. Politics is a 5-year project. So you see the difference? A lot of times, the politicians are only 5 years. We have elections every 5 years. But palm oil, if you go in, you have to look at 10 years, 20 years, and therefore it's a longer-term project. So really, for Africa, it's inviting that it look beyond politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to wind up the session by thanking the amazing panelists. Thank you for your insights. And to the audience, thank you for staying with us until the end. Thank you, and have a good evening. And I leave you with one keyword: we now execute. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our round of applause to Madam Moderator and all our panelists. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the closure of the second Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024. Over the last 2 days, we have heard from distinguished speakers from Indonesia and Africa, their expertise and perspective that will help us to better understand the challenges and opportunities ahead. Photo opportunity, let's give our round of applause again to panelists and moderator. At the count of 3, everybody say Bali. 3, 2, 1, Bali. Hey. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank all our esteemed speakers, panelists, moderators, our knowledge partner, the Tony Blair Institute, and all participants for your attendance and participation. In Bahasa Indonesia, the word terima kasih is made up of 2 words. First word is terima, which means to accept, and the second word is kasih, which means love. So put together, terima kasih is an expression of I accept your love. a perfect kind phrase for respond can be done. Ladies and gentlemen, terima kasih for being here with us at the Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024. Wishing you an enjoyable rest of your stay here in Bali, Indonesia, and a safe flight back home to your loved ones, your family, wherever you are around the world. My name is Gilda, terima kasih, and farewell. We'll see you at the 3rd Indonesia-Africa Forum. Bye for now.